2025. This is the 20th meeting of 2025 and the 49th regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Captain Mark Proctor, who is retired from the Tennessee Highway Patrol and is joined by his daughters, August and Addison. Mr. Proctor is the guest of District 4 Council member Mike Cortez. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. I want to begin by thanking Councilmember Mike Cortez again for the kind invitation to offer tonight's invocation. It's an honor to stand here among so many who care deeply about the direction and well-being of our city. Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for the privilege of gathering this evening in service to the people of Nashville. As neighbors and leaders, we come together with a shared purpose to build a community that is strong, compassionate, and united. As I stand here with my family, I'm reminded that every discussion in this chamber shapes the future that my daughters will grow up in and the future of every child in our city. May we never forget that our decisions tonight reach far beyond policy. They touch people's lives. Lord, grant wisdom, patience, and humility to all who lead and serve. Help us to listen with respect, to debate with grace, and to seek solutions that protect and uplift every family, from affordable homes and safe neighborhoods to the well-being of those who serve our community each day. When we differ, remind us that what unites us, the love of this city and its people, is far greater than what divides us. May this meeting be guided by fairness, compassion, and a shared commitment to the common good. Bless this council, bless our families, and bless the city we are privileged to serve. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated, please, and thank you, Captain Proctor. Welcome, council members and members of the community. We appreciate you joining us this evening. Looking ahead, Tuesday, November the 11th is Veterans Day, and the council office and most Metro government offices will be closed. The Metro Council will be participating in Nashville's Veterans Day Parade on Broadway at 11 a.m. We are grateful for the service of Nashville's veterans and that of their families. Roughly 6% of the U.S. population are veterans, and like us, they took a solemn oath to defend the Constitution. Council members will be receiving an email invitation shortly from the council office and the Veterans Caucus of the council, and we hope that members of the community will make plans to honor Nashville's veterans in ways big and small in the coming week. Members will have received 2 memos from me via email and on your desks regarding a vacancy on the Contract and Compliance Board, and the other regarding a vacancy on the Human Relations Commission. Nominations will be taken at the November 18th council meeting, and elections will be conducted at the Tuesday, December 16th council meeting. For the members and the community's awareness, as you seek nominees and folks consider serving, it is the responsibility of the Human Relations Commission to resolve complaints and carry out educational programs related to discrimination in the following areas: employment, including recruiting, hiring, firing, promotion, referral, and compensation; housing, including advertising, sales, renting, negotiating for sale or rent, financing or insuring; financial services and commercial transactions, including banking, lending, collection, advising, investment management, or brokerage services; the provision of public accommodations; the provision of city activities and services and educational programs and opportunities. Please note that the Metro Human Relations Commission has been celebrating its 60th anniversary in 2025 and will have its second annual free Friendsgiving event on the evening of November 20th at the Nashville Farmers Market. Regarding the Contract Compliance Board, which was more recently established by Metro Code, and its function is in part to meet, evaluate, and monitor compliance with existing construction contracts related to construction activities on projects by the Metro government. study best practices on public construction work sites, and provide recommendations concerning improvements in worksite safety on Metro government construction work sites. Make recommendations to the Department of Finance for policies and practices regarding construction contracts, and accept and investigate complaints related to existing construction contracts wherein the Metro government is a party and related to the relevant construction sites. Again, nominations for both these boards and commissions will be taken from the council at the next council meeting. All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the meeting of October 21st, 2025? Okay, there is a motion. It is properly seconded without objection. And seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes. All right, the minutes of the meeting of October 21st are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There is a message from the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Go ahead.
Vice Mayor and members of council, tonight approximately 1 in 10 Nashville households is questioning how they will pay for food this month because of the federal shutdown, an avoidable crisis created by a failure of leadership at the federal level. While the federal administration continues to sow confusion about releasing some of the SNAP dollars reserved for emergencies like this, benefits we as taxpayers paid for, Congress authorized, and courts have ordered released, we're working to rally a coalition of metro departments, nonprofits, and private citizens to help our neighbors put food on the table during a crisis. Unfortunately, this is a familiar place. Time and again, this federal government has retreated from obligations to vulnerable Americans. The mega bill passed by Congress several months ago already enacted historic cuts to SNAP, eliminating 300 million meals in Tennessee over the next decade. In just the last 6 months, since April 1st, 2025, Second Harvest Food Bank has lost access to 30% of food received through USD programs, equivalent to 700,000 pounds of fresh produce, protein, and dairy lost each quarter. The federal government has made all of these drastic cuts as food prices have increased 25% in Tennessee over the last 5 years. It's almost as if the federal government has been shutting down for months. Our city has stepped up to fill the gap, but local government cannot make up for all these lost benefits. Even when joined by local philanthropy, local faith communities, and local business partners. Even so, Second Harvest Food Bank, their 600 plus partners and thousands of generous donors are in this with us. We joined Second Harvest on Thursday to launch the Hunger Can't Wait campaign. They're reallocating resources to increase food distributions, strengthen partnerships, and ramp up emergency food box builds across both the Nashville and Smyrna distribution centers. Currently, Second Harvest is distributing approximately 2,000 boxes of food per week, demonstrating the level of need in our community. To make it easy for people to access local benefits, we created an online resource at nashville.gov/food, where people can find a list of resources for Nashvillians in need. Metro Social Services has activated their food crisis response plan and will host a food pop-up in North Nashville this Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Greater St. John Missionary Baptist Church. Their case managers are also doing welfare checks to clients who are elderly, disabled, and homebound, are distributing food assistance cards to families, and are giving out quick meals. Where we can, we're expanding programs like our Fresh Bucks offering at the Nashville Farmers Market. Thanks to a grant recently approved by Metro Council, people who receive SNAP can show their EBT card with a recent receipt to get every dollar spent on fresh food matched, doubling their purchasing power for fresh produce. We know transportation is the second highest household cost, and Choose How You Move, overwhelmingly supported by this body and in every district you represent, allows us for the first time ever to offer fare-free access to transit users who need access the most through a new program called Journey Pass. This brand new program just became even more important for even more Nashvillians. The Chime team and We Go Public Transit today announced 6 more registration events for Journey Pass for SNAP recipients. SNAP recipients will be able to register at We Go Central beginning Wednesday and running through Sunday. Journey Pass registration times and dates are on the resource page at the top of all Nashville.gov pages. This is a time for us to help one another too, and there's one thing I know for sure about Nashvillians. It's that during times of crisis, we're here for one another. Whether through a pandemic, floods, tornadoes, or a bombing, we've shown time after time when our neighbors are in need, we step up. At all of our police precincts, libraries, and several metro buildings, including here at the historic Metro Courthouse, we have bins for people to drop off food donations for Second Harvest. And you can always support Second Harvest financially at secondharvestmidtn.org. When you give, whether through money, time, or food, we work with our partners to leverage every resource to move nutritious meals where they're needed most. While we face a federal government that isn't working, I want to share my appreciation to the many Metro Council members who've reached out, partnered, and stepped up to help our community. Hunger can't wait, and working together with our community partners, we can help reduce the impact of the crisis. All my best, Mayor Freddie O'Connell.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you as well to Mayor O'Connell. I know that the council appreciates all the Metro departments and community stakeholders that are stepping up at this time. Pro Tem Porterfield, I know, shared during announcements that she has organized some volunteer opportunities for the council at Second Harvest, and that Chair Vo has arranged a volunteer opportunity at the nonprofit The Store in her district. And I know we will all continue to meet this moment as a city. Again, that's nashville.gov/food for the entirety of those resources. All right. We are continuing right into our agenda now, Section E, Appointees and Nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons who are scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's two-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Cash. Your committee report, please, regarding the folks interviewed.
My apologies.
No worries.
The folks interviewed today?
Yes, sir. And
All right.
Section E, Appointees and Nominees, just the interviewees, very briefly.
All right. For the General Sessions Judge Division 6, we interviewed Michael Robinson, voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Mark Andrew Cole, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Jody Bell, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Leroy Ellis, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And David Jones, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then for the Metro Board of Health, the appointment of Jeffrey Stovall for a term expiring July 9th, 2026. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Metropolitan Development Housing Agency, we voted for the appointment of David Lawrence for a term expiring November 5th, 2030. 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For Metro Planning, we have a term expiring March 31st, 2026. We voted for Aria Dang, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then for the Stormwater Management Commission, for a term expiring October 31st, 2029, we voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Stormwater, we voted for the reappointment of Jay Fulmer for a term expiring October 31st, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. Now moving into Section F, confirmations. Chair Cash, you are recognized again for your committee report on the appointees that are in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process.
Yep.
And then please a consolidated motion for the confirmation of those persons, or first for a deferral motion if there are any. Go ahead, sir.
For the chart, we have 5 for the Charter Revision Commission. The reappointment of Hal Harden for a term expiring September 4th, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Susan Short Jones for a term expiring September 4th, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Appointment of Tom Lee for a term expiring September 4th, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And the reappointment of Jim Murphy for a term expiring September 4th, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then lastly, the reappointment of Joyce Sims for a term expiring September 4th, 2029, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And I move approval of all the nominees.
Okay. There is a motion to confirm these 5 appointees in a consolidated motion. It is properly seconded. Does any member wish to remove an item from this consolidated motion for purposes of an individual abstention or no vote? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any abstentions? Okay, all right. With that, to our confirmed appointees, if you chose to return to the council chamber this evening, which was not required but is much appreciated, do please stand as I call your name. Council has confirmed to the Charter Revision Commission, Mr. Hal Harden, Ms. Susan Short-Jones, Mr. Tom Lee, Mr. Jim Murphy, and Ms. Joy Sims. And if you would remain standing for the both of you, we want to thank you very much for your willingness to serve and continue to serve. Thank you. And for those who are watching from home and not present, we appreciate their willingness to serve and congratulate them as well. All right. Next is section G of our agenda, nominations. This is section or item G1, Transportation Licensing Commission. Nominations, members will have received my October 20th memo regarding this vacancy and call for nominations. We are taking nominations to fill 1 vacancy on the commission for a term expiring on October the 20th in 2027. This election is to be conducted at the December 4th meeting. If members have nominations, if they would please join the queue. All right, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I nominate Commissioner Carrie Rogers.
Okay. Councilmember Benedict has nominated current Commissioner Carrie Rogers. Are there any additional nominations from the council for the Transportation Licensing Commission? Seeing none, with that, the nominations are closed, and we have 1 nominee, Mr. Carrie Rogers. All right. Next is agenda section H, our public comment period. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak for public comment may sign up at the table outside the council chamber from 5 until 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. And all folks speaking must present proof of Tennessee residency. All right, with that, I will open the public mic. And first for public comment, and I will go ahead and call maybe 1 or 2 subsequent folks and ask that you go ahead and kind of come forward near the podium so we can proceed swiftly. First is Carter Barnett. Speaking on agenda item 49, this is RS 2025-1617 in support. Following Mr. Barnett will be Mr. Lacey and Mr. Hall. Go ahead, Mr. Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Carter Barnett, and I'm a resident of District 34. I want to thank Councilmember Evans, along with several other council members, for sponsoring RS 2025-1617, which highlights a specific plan of action for Metro in response to SNAP benefits being cut off due to the federal government shutdown. This, combined with the mayor's plan and the generosity of nonprofits, businesses, and everyday Nashvillians, should help make sure our city is fed during this uncertain time. I'm also in support of the amendment which encourages WeGo to suspend fares, which would further help residents. Additionally, so I'm not speaking twice tonight, in regards to the zoning bills, BL 2025 through 1005, 06, 07, and 08, are steps in the right direction in making Nashville affordable for all, while also protecting the context of specific neighborhood identity. As someone who is often one of the younger people in the room at government and neighborhood meetings, I have hope that these bills will help younger Nashvillians find housing that is affordable and will be able to stay in our beautiful city instead of being priced out. Halloween has come and gone. The fear-mongering surrounding increasing density needs to stop. I urge passage of these bills to help support Nashvillians young and old. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Lacey speaking on agenda item 26. That is resolution 2025-1594 in opposition. After Mr. Lacey, again, will be Mr. Hall. And then Daniel Wojcicki will be after that. Go ahead, Mr. Lacey, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you. I'm confused why we're doing another bid so quickly. Why, of all times in our city, we're prioritizing funneling money into opaque pools that undefined advisory boards are in charge of. With all of the urgency, why this is where we're spending our energy, I think everyone here has a lot of cleaning up to do with bids since the last time we were discussing one. And thank you for bringing this back up to our attention, Councilmember Coopin. Since the last time we were discussing it, you all have not remedied the fact that over 21 years, $60 million was passed through to the District Management Corporation and then to the National Downtown Partnership, which chose to pay its CEO now, checks watch, $485,000 a year, right? And now of all time, we're interested in not even holding an election with the people in that district, but unilaterally deciding to create an indefinite pool of funding that will be overseen by, we don't know who. We don't know if it's going to go to the National Downtown Partnership, right? Let's clean up the downtown parking garage. Let's figure out how you could have a security vendor that doesn't get cited 62 times for illegally wearing police uniforms off duty, the same police force which is rounding up our neighbors, the off-duty Tennessee Highway Patrol people. That's what we're spending our energy with now? You know how many fires, literal ones at Strobel House in your district I've had to tell you about, and you're trying to create more opaque pools of money? Have I not just brought up how these unaccountable pools of money are problematic? I yield my time.
All right, there is no time to yield. Mr. Hall, you are next, sir. You're speaking on agenda item 49, resolution 2025-1617 in support. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm specifically in support of the amendment on this bill. It calls for the administration and WEGO to suspend fare collection. We have the funds. We have the know-how. We are choosing barriers. This is an emergency. 60,000 Nashvillians are without their food stamps, and they've been without their food stamps for days. They spent last month's weeks ago, and we're choosing to increase barriers. I'm so glad. I love the Journey Pass. I'm so excited for the Journey Pass. I was excited when it was included in the Transportation Improvement Program. I was excited when that program passed, that would be one of the first items implemented. And they said it was going to be implemented already, and that's okay. I'm glad they're going to do it right. But increasing enrollment through the Journey Pass is not the way to meet the moment. Nashvillians need access to the food banks. They need access to work. And they're going to have to choose between paying their bills this week. Are they going to have to choose between getting to work this week? Are they going to be able to afford to go to the food banks that we're spreading out throughout this county? I'm so glad that we are, as a community, meeting the moment in so many ways. But for the first time, we have access to over $100 million that we can dedicate to alleviating costs on the most vulnerable Nashvillians, and we're choosing not to. Let's not add more barriers to care for our people. The federal government is enforcing starvation on our people, and we can save them $4 a day. We can save them a meal. That's $28 a week. We can give money back to our people, and we're choosing to make it harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Rodrinsky, speaking on agenda item 30, RS 2025-1598, in opposition. After Daniel will be Myvan Verdon and Kelly Cheng. If you would go ahead and come forward. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm an Uber driver and an organizer with the Tennessee Drivers Union, which represents hundreds of drivers in Middle Tennessee. I'm standing here today to reject the $100,000 contract that is supposed to go towards Uber from the city to pay for Metro workers' transportation costs. The Metropolitan Finance team estimated that about $22,500 would be saved if the contract goes through. This is all because the city wants to be able to use gig worker wages instead of employee wages because they would rather be robbing drivers than paying a fair wage. This $22,500 in savings only comes from the cost of labor at the expense of Uber drivers in Nashville and Tennessee. The question here is to choose the labor of employees or to choose the labor of a gig worker. With the impact of Uber legislation across the country to expand gig work, companies have 30% less labor costs. When we talk about money, we forget about what it means. The 20% that disappears when the city chooses to go with gig work is the destruction and robbery of our lives. Tennessean Uber and Lyft drivers working 12-hour days, 7 days a week to survive. We're at the risk of eviction, many living out of their cars and fighting to feed their families. Tennesseans who just had their food stamps cut do not participate in this effort by the state to destroy the lives of workers. With almost 1 million of us losing our food stamps in the state, do not bloody your hands with this disgusting company and exacerbate the hunger crisis we are currently facing. Over a year ago, we met with some of you in this room to discuss some of the basic needs of Uber and Lyft drivers. There was a new pilot program for rideshare pickup zones downtown. We applaud that, but we'd like to see the full implementation of rideshare pickup zones. So we want you to stand against this disgusting contract with Uber and stand with the workers of the city. Don't throw government employees or government contractors under the bus.
Your time's concluded. Next is Myvan Verdon, speaking regarding Family Safety Center and the resources provided to those victims. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Before you start my time, I was wondering if my name is on there twice for the two different topics or just the one topic right now.
You have 2 minutes to speak on whatever you would like.
Okay, I do have two completely different topics.
That's fine. You can combine them into those 2 minutes.
I will not be able to, so does that need to be on a different day?
Yes, you need to choose one.
Okay, so I guess the one you said is the one I am speaking on today.
All right.
I would like to also, before you start my time, I do have a diagnosed stutter. So I was wondering if it was, I'm going to try to do like
That's
a breathing
fine.
technique. Thank you.
Ma'am. I will.
But this is timed for effectiveness and productivity for just 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I am a victim of domestic violence, and your system has failed me and my child. The police were called several times to my home since my daughter was born in 2020 until present day. The police failed to make an arrest when evidence of crime was present, with police pictures taken, body cam footage, and even a clear confession from the abuser as written in the narrative of the officers, and every single time there was no arrest made. The day they finally arrested him was the day it left me with a permanent diagnosis impacting and limiting my everyday life and leaving me on FMLA. And this does not include all diagnoses both my daughter and I have as a result of his abuse. The police offered me a slap in the face. The slap in the face was your Family Safety Center. I was offered a place to stay. I said, no, thank you. I have a place to stay. Your court system offered interview clothes for a job. I said, no, thank you. I already have a job and I have a ton of suits I thrifted for little to nothing. I was offered a therapist for free. I said, thank you also, but I actually currently seeing a therapist I could never replace. I was offered an advocate and a restraining order. I was too scared to take that action against my husband, and especially while my daughter would be left alone with a man of his stature, and said simply that is also not very helpful in my situation. My goal is for peace, since I'm not in your position, especially fearing danger for my child. The police came and offered me everything but what the police are here for. The crime, and then they left. The slap in the face that your family safety center offers, a restraining order in a court that does not recognize crime. It is a soft on crime approach. It is a way for your police department to completely negate doing their job. Instead of working together with the family safety center, each department is just juggling the responsibility onto the next. And instead what ends up happening is no one gets anything done. It's like we never grew up. It's a school project all over again. And the person who ends up doing all the work is the victim. And that is all.
Thank you. All right. Next, Kelly Cheng, and after Kelly will be Mary Bird and then Wesley Smith. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, I apologize, Kelly, you're speaking on agenda item 49. That is RS 2025-1617 in support.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
They would have gotten it quickly.
Yeah.
I'm here in support of Councilmember Evans' resolution and just as importantly, the amendment attached to that. Sorry, this is, I think a lot of you are used to me being up here yelling, and we are in a crisis. This is a state of emergency. Today is November 4th. People have already been hungry for days. And I think there is maybe not a full understanding of how bad things already were in this city before SNAP benefits were cut. We are not asking Metro to replace SNAP benefits. We are asking Metro to do the bare minimum to take care of our people. All of you in here, some of you I dislike, some of you I disagree with, but I do think that almost all of you, if not all of you, ran for office to help people. And what good is it to sit in these chairs and for the mayor to sit in his chair and for WeGo executives and Chime executives to sit in their chairs if we will not meet an absolute crisis? The low next Tuesday night is 24 degrees. I know this because I lead winter canvassing for Open Table. I'm speaking here on my personal behalf. I do this type of organizing in my free time. I collect money for people's rent and food in my free time. My phone is full of people begging me for help. If people can't get to food banks, they don't get food. If people use the money that they used to get from SNAP, if they use that out of their personal money for food, they can't keep their electricity on when it's 24 degrees next week. We're talking about people in housing freezing to death, to be clear. We are talking about people losing everything they have while we sit here and talk about red tape. Bag the fare boxes. We do it for Titans games. We do it for soccer games. We did it for the transit referendum. We can do it. Chime can reimburse it, or WeGo can do it out of the goodness of their heart. But it is incumbent upon all of you to use your political and social capital to pressure for this. People's lives depend on it.
Your time has concluded. Thank you. Next is Mary Bird, followed by Wesley Smith, and then Andrew Okiki. Go ahead, Ms. Bird. You're speaking regarding audits and support.
Yes, I am in support of audits. I live in District 35, and I've been concerned with transparency for most of the departments in Metro. For the last 5 years, I started with Metro Parks because I didn't think that they were as transparent as they should be. And now I have found, after 5 years, that there is not a way for one of us as a citizen, a tax-paying citizen, to actually get a itemized list of how the budget money is spent, because once a director gets their budget money, they're pretty much able to do with it what they want to. So in my eyes, every purchase has a receipt, and those receipts should go on a spreadsheet, and the public should be able to see those receipts and know where the money went. Another item I want to talk about is General Services District versus Urban Services District. In District 35, most of us are General Services districts. Our taxes have gone up exponentially in the 30 years that I have lived in District 35. The services that I receive have not gone up. Waste Management was charging me $200 every 3 months to pick up my garbage. So I dropped them. Then they said, we're going to go back and look. You've never had an adjustment. We're only going to charge you $30. To me, that is just so dishonest that they're trying to take people to the cleaners and they don't even give you a reasonable amount of money. So we went with somebody else. I want to talk about the urban core that has been overbuilt so much that the basin of Nashville is sinking, that the parking lot at the NES has crumbled. They're having to redo the parking lot. We can't get the parking lot open over at the public library. And we are paying taxes for services that we do not get in the general services district. And I think when you talk about zoning and you do not provide services, you have a problem here. Thank you.
Your time is concluded. Thank you. All right. Next is Wesley Smith, speaking on agenda item 49, RS 2025-1617, in support. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'm here in support of Councilmember Evans' resolution and specifically the amendment there to suspend fares on WeGo in this crisis that we are in. And I want to sincerely thank Councilmember Evans for her attention to the crisis and many of you. Like others have, as a member of the Advisory Committee on Transportation elected by this body, I've followed the rollout of Journey Pass closely. I'm very excited about Journey Pass. And as we know, it is in a soft launch phase right now. It is not set up to enroll eligible riders at scale until January. And while I appreciate the efforts made in the last 24 hours to add events, we simply cannot, with in-person events, meet the need of the 60,000 people that have been cut from their SNAP benefits. We've enrolled 2,500 since October 8th. That gap is too big, and a handful of events are not going to get us there. I deeply believe this is something that we can and must do, especially I was a huge supporter of the transit referendum. I still am, but we have to admit that it was a regressive tax, and we have the most regressive sales tax in the entire country. Everyone is paying into that. And in a crisis like this, we have to respond by suspending fares, helping people in the most direct way that we can as Metro save those $4 a day. So there is a growing coalition of organizations asking that we go do this as soon as possible until their next board meeting, which is November 20th. WeGo on average collects about $150,000 a week in fare revenue. So we are talking for 2 weeks at about $300,000. Again, with the money we brought in, I ask, please support this. Please support Councilmember Evans' amendment. This is something we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Okeke and followed by Courtney Stetler. Both have requested to speak on Avelo Airlines and the ICE partnership opposed to those two things. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Council. Of course, my name is Andrew Okeke, currently reside in Council or District 19. I want to talk about something that really affects the people in our city, the Avelo Airlines partnership with ICE. I know not everyone may see this issue the same way, but for me and many who call this city home, it matters. When a company operating at our airport carrying out deportation flights, it doesn't just happen somewhere far away. It happens here in front of us, in our backyards. It creates fear in our neighborhoods. Families start to worry. Kids wonder if someone they love is going to show up the next day. That kind of fear chips away at the trust that our city has, the same trust that keeps Nashville together. I'm asking council to encourage the airport authority to take a hard look at this partnership and make sure our public spaces reflect the values Nashville is known for: compassion and community. Our city, other cities like New Haven, Connecticut, have already taken steps to distance themselves from this airline and these flights involved, and I'm hoping and I honestly believe that Nashville can do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Courtney Stetler. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, yes, I'm Courtney, and I'm here today to ask that City Council commits to standing against ICE and standing against Avelo Airlines. Avelo is an airline that partners with the Trump administration to deport people illegally kidnapped by masked men. In this city, we have seen ICE raids that have terrorized our communities, and I know that you have heard about it before here in this very hall. Our state representatives have taken the opportunity to use our state troopers to encourage this criminal behavior to gain goodwill from the Trump administration. Avelo is a part of this process. We, as a community, want you to condemn what ICE and Avelo are doing and refuse to aid and abet this process using this city's resources. You have the power to do that. Use your power. Do your part to protect the people of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Next is agenda item I, rules of procedure. We take up these proposals from council members as we do legislation. Item I-1 is regarding an amendment to the rules of procedure, rule number 12. The sponsors are Johnston, Horton, Weiner, Evans, Hancock, Druffel, Huffman, Webb, Spain, Rutherford, Allen, Benton, Eastlick, Gregg, and Coupin. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We ran out of time in rules, and we've got a lot of people here that are here for another agenda item. So out of respect for that, I wanted to move a one-meeting deferral with a re-referral back to the Rules Committee.
All right. There is a motion to defer one meeting with a re-referral back to the Rules Committee.
I changed it up on you, Margaret.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And so if you defer one meeting, it's effectively re-referred. That doesn't have to be a part of that motion. I heard a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer this rule of procedures consideration? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. This will be back on the agenda at the November 18th meeting. Okay. Next, we are moving into our public hearings portion of the evening. Section J is a single resolution on public hearing, and then immediately after that, we will be in Section K regarding bills and ordinances on public hearing. But for both those sections of the agenda, Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública.
Gracias, we appreciate you. For those wishing to speak this evening as part of public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, your connection to an agenda item or project, or who your council member is, okay? All right, so now going in order here with Section J, a resolution on public hearing. This is agenda item 1, RS 2025-1591, sponsor VO, a resolution exempting Gordo's Taqueria, located at 515B Merritt Ave, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metro Code. Ms. Vo, you are recognized. First for your committee report, please, ma'am, and then I think we can go to the public hearing. Do you want to request a
Yes, committee
report?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair of Government Operations and Regulations, Ms. Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted to approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. Now it's back to you to open the public hearing.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I move to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Vo's Resolution 1591. Would all members of the public here in support of this resolution, please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this resolution, please raise your hand? All right, Ms. Vo, seeing no one here either in support or opposition to this resolution, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you. I move to approve.
All right, is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to approve this resolution. You've heard the committee report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, you have adopted this resolution. All right, now on to Section K, bills on public hearing. Again, Spanish interpretation services are available. I know that there are a lot of folks here to speak on a variety of items. Ms. Hayes Shacklet is there by the door and is our very kind council office staff member. I would ask as we queue up for these items that we make sure for fire safety reasons that we are not blocking the door in ingress and egress. For public hearings, everyone who wishes to speak will get a turn to speak. And just ask that everybody please remain cordial as we proceed with this. Okay, so first item is agenda item 2. This is ordinance BL 2025-1005. Sponsors Gamble, Parker, Benedict, and Horton. 1005 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, relative to the creation of 2 new zoning districts called Residential Neighborhood, RN, and Residential Limited, RL, all of which is more particularly described herein. Councilmember Gamble, sponsor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Gamble's ordinance 1055. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Okay. Members in support of the bill, per our practice, will speak first. And we would ask that those wishing to speak in support, please do begin a queue. Again, mindful, please, not to block ingress and egress. All right. You are recognized, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, Manon Hall. Live in Nashville. So this just creates 2 new zoning districts. Please support this. We don't need to have a fight over creating a new zoning district. All things that we can currently do in Nashville, but just gives more options to make it easier, to make it fit into neighborhoods better. Oh no. I'm glad that y'all got the H&I study to be done last year. They've done the housing aspects. We're just creating a new housing item. I'm appreciative that people are concerned about our infrastructure because that is important. But this will not, come on, guys. Let's just pass this. Let's get this over with. I'm gonna enjoy sitting here for a long time listening to people cite many reasons why we shouldn't create 2 different types of zoning districts. Yeah, we need more. This is about transit. I was just talking about transit. We need more density to make transit work. It's hand in hand. We need more options to allow people to have access to public transit. We need more options for people to get around the city and live near transit, and this allows for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Janine Miller, and I am with Nashville Organized for Action and Hope, and I'm co-chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force. We support this bill, and I'm really I'll just tell my story. I live in Antioch, Tennessee, and I just think it would be fabulous if there were more dense neighborhoods so that there were other options instead of putting everyone in Antioch. Seriously, though, a good friend of mine, Joan Kite, was secretary for the Affordable Housing Task Force, and she did pass away. But after experiencing 2 traumatic brain injuries and she walked with a cane, she was delighted to have an affordable home that was 1 story. One of the things she often talked about was how she could have never lived in a tall, skinny, or a 2-story home because it would have been inaccessible for her. Much of the new housing being built does seem to be inaccessible. Another thing she often shared was that she lived in a food desert. She lived off of Cleveland near Dickerson Road. And the problem was density. So I think when we consider the needs of people who want to age in place, perhaps downsize, they need an affordable home, the availability of fresh food that in a walkable neighborhood, it does make sense. There are strategies, there are policies in place so that there is a public participation. And no one will be forced to rezone their property. So we stand in favor of this bill and hope that it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Claire Hennigan. I live in Council District 5. And there are too many faces, so I don't know where you are, Sean, but you're in here, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Anyway.
He's here. He's just not here.
I am with Nashville Organized for Action and Hope. Yeah, you led me astray over there. I'm with Nashville Organized for Action and Hope as well, the Affordable Housing Task Force. And I also had the pleasure of knowing Joan Kite and wanted to tell a story about recently I went to clean out her things so that we could mail them to her family. And she was my neighbor. I lived a street away from her on Joseph. And I just saw, I had to go to Belmead to collect the things and all that. And I saw the Save Our Nashville Neighborhood signs, and my heart just ached because these signs were in houses that had no neighbors, really. They were, so far back from the street. They had no sidewalk. There was people walking their dogs in the bike lane and stuff. And name one neighbor, I guess, you know what I mean? I was like, this can't be real. We're not creating neighborhoods if we're not using the density that we have such a huge population boom. If we're not creating density to accommodate that boom, we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. Joan fought for this. Joan fought to have the housing that she had, and then she fought for other Nashvillians to have that same housing. And I think that her legacy matters to a lot of you. I think that housing matters to a lot of you, and I hope you will consider that we can do both this and then we can do the infrastructure. It can all happen at once. It's great. You guys have so much power to do that. So please, please, please vote yes on this. If not for Joan Kite, then for the neighborhoods that we could create.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Robin Lovett Owen. I am a Lutheran pastor. I live in Councilman Nash's district in Paragon Mills, and I'm here to speak in favor of this bill. My spouse and I are both from Nashville, and when it came time for us to buy a house, we really struggled to fit one that would fit our budget as a pastor and a social worker. And it was really sad to be from this place and feeling as if there wasn't a place for us here. We would have been really thrilled to find a townhome, a house on a cottage, something like that, something smaller that is naturally more affordable. Increasing housing options with this ordinance will help us increase the diversity of kinds of houses that are available, because right now we mostly just have single-family homes, and market pressures make those larger and more expensive and out of reach for most families looking to buy their first home right now. Conversations about zoning can get really heated and really emotional, so I think it's important that we remember what we are actually talking about, which is just to add 2 zones to our existing 100+ zones here in the city. No one is going to be forced to be rezoned, and anyone who wants to have these zones will have to go through the established, arduous process of doing that. So if anything, this is a very measured, careful, even lowercase c conservative bill as a way to increase the diversity of our housing stock. Our families are not all the same, and so we need a diversity of housing that reflects that. The most important way that we can improve the quality of life of our citizens, especially those that Jesus would call the least of these, is by making sure that people can all afford a place to live. Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Yes, hi, good evening. Happy evening, council people. I'm Tom Negri. I'm a community facilitator, for lack of a better word or two. I'm here on behalf of Housing for All of Us. If you work here, you should be able to live here. Not for nothing, I'm pleased to see that there's a lot of constituents here. I think I might be outnumbered. But with that said, I'm here to speak in favor and urge you to support BL 2025-105 through 2025-108. It's time we lay the foundation for how, and it's only a foundation. All right, there's more work that has to be done here. We've been talking about this issue for 25 years I've been here. And we need to lay the foundation for this to happen here in our community. With that said, again, if you work here, you should be able to live here. Many people over the past few years, including a good friend of many of us, Avi Poster, has worked on this in an attempt to make headway in increasing the number of affordable homes with limited success. It's time for all of our elected officials to tackle this challenge, despite what is being said on social media, like Nextdoor, love that site. I've had the opportunity to attend a few community meetings. I wouldn't have your job for anything. They're nice. With that said, I hope you have a happy evening.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead.
I'm Mike Hodge. I'm in John Rutherford's district, and I'm with the Affordable Housing Task Force of NOAA, Nashville Organized for Action and Hope. We're asking that you approve this bill, which creates two new zoning options, residential neighborhood and residential limited. The bill simply creates these options. You've heard us say that before. It does not rezone any property. For over 30 years, I worked with neighborhood groups across Nashville, partly for the United Methodist Church and partly for the Neighborhoods Resource Center. I was helping residents to protect their communities and take action on local issues. I understand why people are wary of zoning changes, but this bill actually gives neighborhoods more control, not less. Nashville's explosive growth has brought oversized apartments, massive homes, and the lovely tall and skinnies that we all hate. That don't fit into the character of any neighborhood. RN and RL zoning types would help prevent that, setting limits on building size, height, and setbacks. And they're aimed at transportation corridors, not in the middle of neighborhoods. Right now, our zoning code makes it hard to build anything except extremes, giant houses or big multifamily buildings. Cities across the country are recognizing the need for middle housing, homes that working people can afford. Our own city plans, Nashville Next, the Affordable Housing Task Force report, and the Unified Housing Strategy, all of these call for zoning reform like this. It's not the whole solution, but it is a key step toward making housing more affordable for teachers, firefighters, and service workers who keep this city running. Again, no property is being rezoned by this bill. Any future zoning changes would still go through public notice, hearings, and the full council review. So I'm asking you, please vote yes on this bill, 1005, to give Nashville's neighborhoods more control, more choices, and a fair chance to stay livable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Nick Cavan, and I'm currently a Vanderbilt graduate student here. I've lived in Middle Tennessee all my life, and I'm here tonight as a part of NOAA's Affordable Housing Task Force in strong support of Bills 1005 and 1007. because I've seen firsthand how hard it is for working and middle-class families in the city to be able to stay here. I've lived in the Belmont-Hillsboro neighborhood for over 7 years and have watched as smaller homes around me have been demolished to make room for massive single-family complexes and tall and skinnies. The old duplexes and triplexes, which used to be ubiquitous in my neighborhood, are becoming more and more sparse and are currently illegal to build due to changes in zoning over the past 60 years. You'll hear tonight about how the proposed bills will lead to the destruction of neighborhoods, but it's in fact our current zoning laws which are resulting in the destruction of our neighborhoods as we know them. They won't survive the status quo. These proposed zoning updates are small but important steps. They make it easier to build the kind of housing we're missing for folks like me, townhomes, duplexes, or small DADUs behind a home. These are options regular folks can afford. These bills don't rezone anyone's property or result in an increased property taxes, but simply allow the possibility to make our neighborhoods more inviting and livable for folks such as myself. This is about keeping Nashville livable for the people who work here, not just those for who already can afford to live here. I urge you to pass these bills so that the generation behind me and the generation I'm in can afford to stay here for our next generation of Nashvillians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany Tabor. I live in District 17, a proud resident of Terryville's district. So my husband and I bought a house in a beautiful neighborhood where everyone knows each other. Because we all spend time on our front porches and our front yards, and we chat with our neighbors as we walk by. We even got invited to a potluck before we even moved in. Saying it's charming is putting it lightly. It's the kind of dream community I didn't think existed anymore. So I understand when people say that they don't want the character of their neighborhood to change. But our idyllic neighborhood is a mix of single-family houses, big and small, duplexes and DADUs. It's full of everyone from young families to retirees, artists, professionals, and professors. This legislation doesn't allow for anything drastic like a high-rise apartment in a single-family neighborhood. This legislation just gives Nashvillians the option to build more neighborhoods like ours. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Antone Christensen Galina, and I'm also here with NOAA. Thanks to you all and the support of the NOAA congregations, I'm also a commissioner on the Barnes Fund. So this bill simply gives you a tool that you can use to let new families into Nashville in a really controlled way. Like, these are existing typologies. This is the kind of housing, these neighborhoods are like what we were building in the 20s, 30s, 40s. And like, my neighborhood already has duplexes and DADUs, and I love the setbacks and the front porch culture. This bill gives you the tool to be able to continue to build these neighborhoods. I realize that some people are panicked, but you guys would be silly not to give yourselves the tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Tom Gormley. I'm a resident of Green Hills. I'm here with many of my neighbors here in red to adamantly oppose this bill. We feel like I've been to all of these.
Sir,
yes.
This is the time for people speaking in support.
Oh.
Okay, that's okay. You do, absolutely. After all those in opposition will be heard. At present, we are on those speaking in support. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Erwin Bennick, and I live in Council District 24. A generation ago, Nashville decided it was important to create zoning overlays to protect its historic neighborhoods. My neighborhood was one of those that took advantage of the Conservation Overlay Tool. The Conservation Overlay Tool established design guidelines which have been applied to construction in my neighborhood. Consistent with those design guidelines, new construction also allows for detached accessory dwelling units that can accommodate increased density. Metro Nashville faces a new challenge today. Nashville is a growing city which cannot house its existing and new residents. Many families who work in Nashville cannot afford to live in Nashville. They drive from other counties, making our traffic even worse. Nashville needs to build 90,000 new housing units over the next 10 years in order to provide workforce housing to its residents. It is for this reason that I urge you to support BL 2025-1005, which creates two new zoning options, residential neighborhood and residential limited. This bill simply creates these options and does not apply them to any property. This bill is not the sole answer to our need for housing. However, it is part of an overall plan that needs to be implemented by this council and this administration. Available land for new residential construction is at a premium. There are presently no zoning districts in Nashville that can easily accommodate construction of triplexes, quadruplexes, and townhomes to increase density without allowing large, out-of-scale buildings. RN and RL zoning will help develop contextual housing for near needed services and transit corridors. Urge your support.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Taylor John. I live in District 24 and work in music licensing. I honestly didn't know anything about zoning laws until today, but I did plenty of research and I forced myself to come here tonight after a long day of work simply because I'm worried that we're going to miss yet another opportunity to make Nashville more livable for the vast majority of Nashvillians, simply because of some misinformation and the general public's misunderstanding of these bills. Today, I learned that these bills were written and rewritten with a lot of community input, which is always a good thing. I learned that they won't force zoning changes on any neighborhoods like the other people in support have said. They simply put the option on the table and each neighborhood would have to go through the whole legislative process with support from district council members in order to apply that option. And most importantly, I learned that these zoning changes will unlock affordability options that will help working class and middle class people stay in Nashville. Now, if you're not in favor of helping Nashvillians stay in Nashville, that's a whole other debate. But assuming we're on the same page with that, I ask that you vote with your values and pass these reforms so we can actually move forward in the housing affordability cause. As someone who rents in Nashville and has been here almost 10 years, I, would love to see Nashville become more affordable. I have a lot of friends in the music industry who want to be here because music is here in Nashville and that's a special thing. And they can't afford to stay here long term or they're going to have to be pushed further and further out of the city. So it would mean a lot to see some progress be made on this front. It's a very simple change. And again, it's not forcing any changes on anyone. And I don't think there's really much of a question here. So thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next, go ahead, sir.
All right, my name is Eddie Latimer. I'm District 5. And I am speaking on behalf of the Alliance for an Affordable Nashville, which is a conglomeration of all the nonprofits that build affordable housing for the workforce. I just want you to support this bill. The RN and the RL zonings just simply creates options. It does not assign any of these zoning to property. It is just to open doors to explore, can we use this tool in this neighborhood to create more workforce housing, which we're in desperate need of. That's all it does. Our zoning codes currently make it very difficult to build anything beside high-end stuff. It's just easiest. The Metro Planning Department recently completed a thing called the United Housing Strategy, which came up with 43 recommendations. This was a bunch of out-of-towners that came in and studied us. They found that Nashville's needs, by the way, this thing is overseen by a committee that was created by the mayor's office, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Community Foundation. These are agencies you can access, go and talk to at any time you want to. But they support this because it gives us options. It creates new opportunities. This bill, and what they came up with in this study or on this issue is all they said was we need to adjust Metro zoning policies to increase housing production. It doesn't say how or when, but we have to create that. but we're looking at one way to create that. That's all we're doing. And we spent $500,000 of the city money. Give us a chance.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Pete Westerholm, live on Shelby Avenue in the Fighting 6th District. Good to be with you all this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments. I've been in a lot of conversations around housing over the last, a long number of years. And the most important question that's come up over the last couple of years is simply, could you afford to buy your home if you had to buy it today? And for a lot of people, the answer is no. In fact, for a lot of people, the longer that you've been in your home, the more likely it is that your answer to that question is no. And a large part of what's driving that has been the increase in land values that we've seen throughout our county. And with the restrictions on what we can build, all what we see is that housing keeps getting more expensive because of the land value. So it gets bigger. The square footage of homes gets bigger. And we're at the point now where there is hardly any real housing that's available for people with that 80% to even, probably 140% of your area median income. Now, I look at my story, and some of you are familiar with my story, but I came here for college, came back after grad school, and thought, this is a place I want to be. And I was lucky because in 2005, I could afford a home in East Nashville for $117,000. Granted, it was on the wrong side of Shelby back then. You can laugh if you want to. That same home sold 3 years ago for $500,000. My kids ask me, why can't our teachers afford to live in our neighborhood? And I say, this is their salary, and this is the amount that it costs to buy a starter home in the community. For a lot of folks, we know who these are. These are our teachers, our firefighters, our policemen, our people who work at our restaurants, our hotels. There's no place for them.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Anton Jackson, and I am a resident of District 3 and also a member of the Alliance for Affordable Nashville. I'm here to support the zoning bills before you. As you all know, these proposals won't solve the entirety of affordable housing here in the city, but they do represent a meaningful progress toward making our city more livable and affordable for everyone. I want to be clear about what these bills do and what they don't do. They don't eliminate single-family zoning. They don't automatically rezone anyone's property. What they do is add more tools to the proverbial toolkit and remove barriers that have made housing increasingly unaffordable. The two new zoning districts simply add choices to our existing menu of over 100 zoning classifications. No property gets automatically rezoned. So what's at stake? Nashville employers need to know their employees will find housing here. Our teachers, nurses, service workers, Metro employees, and young families are simply priced out. While these bills won't create deeply affordable housing, market forces alone can't do that. They will help housing affordability across all income levels. This is a first step, not the final answer, but if we don't take this step, prices will continue to increase. Nashville will become a city only for the wealthy. I urge you to vote yes on these bills. Let's modernize our code and give Nashville the housing choices it desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Hoke. I'm here on behalf of the Civic Design Center. Our mission is to advocate for civic design visions and actionable change in communities to improve the quality of life for all. Through the Planning Department's Housing and Infrastructure Study, we found that Nashville needs to create 90,000 new homes in the next decade just to meet demand. Reaching that goal requires thoughtful updates to our zoning policies that will allow for more missing middle housing. These are the kinds of homes that fill the gaps between single-family homes and large apartment buildings. These examples include duplex, cottage court, multi-unit homes, and that fit comfortably within existing neighborhoods. The type of infill development encouraged by Bills 1005 and 1007 in particular would allow new homes and detached accessory dwelling units to be context sensitive, designed at human scale and appropriate to the character of each neighborhood. On behalf of the Civic Design Center, I urge you to continue advancing these policies to promote missing middle housing through infill and more livable and equitable Nashville for all. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sherry Stenson. I'm here as a resident of District 10, and I think many of you know me. I have worked with Habitat for Humanity for 15 years, and I'm also a licensed realtor and have been since 2015. So I sell everything from $1 million houses down. So I think I have a very good sense of the market here in Nashville. And everybody here who has already commented on a lot of the do's and don'ts of this, I'm here in support of this. And I feel like this is a very measured and careful approach to the changes that the city needs to make. We haven't made meaningful changes to our zoning since 1998, and look how our city has changed. So I wanted to take my time and just tell you a really personal story about this, to put a face to what we're all talking about. My nephew moved here from Oregon last year. He's an engineer. He's been an engineer for 10 years, and he moved in and he said, Sherry, I'm going to make $120,000 working for this engineering firm in Nashville. Will you help me find a house? And I had to say, you cannot afford a house with that salary. And that was a really tough moment for me to say that to him. And that was absolutely the truth. He ended up with his wife and his son moving in with my sister, his mother, and lived there for a year because he could not afford a house here in Nashville. He has since left and moved to South Carolina because he couldn't afford to stay here. My son, who is a second-year engineer, I said, why don't you come back to Nashville and work? And he said, I cannot afford to live in this city unless I live with you. And I love you, but that's not my plan as a 25-year-old. Completely get that. So I am here to say we desperately need to start looking at making Nashville a city for everybody. We want workforce like that. We want a city for everybody. And if we don't do something meaningful, and if we can't do something this simple, then I'm going to really worry about what kind of city we have that's quality for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Osman-Wilson. I live in Donaldson in District 15. I work in affordable housing development, so every single day I see the impact of Nashville's housing crisis on our neighbors and on our communities. As you've heard, Nashville desperately needs a lot more housing inventory, and not just the kinds of affordable, subsidized, and income-restricted housing that we often talk about, but housing across the board, every type, every income level, every corner of the county. In recent decades, we've been building a kind of binary of single-family detached homes that are very expensive because of the land cost assigned to one unit, and multifamily housing that's very expensive because it's a higher degree of construction. So these two zoning districts would create opportunities for housing typologies that get the best of both worlds. We get to spread that land cost out over multiple units, but keep it within a residential construction type that's more cost-effective to build. When I first moved to Nashville on a nonprofit salary, I was able to find a room in a 3-bedroom condo in a quadplex, about 2 blocks from 5 Points, 2 blocks from my office. So I could walk to work and the grocery store and the library and the post office. And without that quadplex, I would never have had the opportunity to access that neighborhood and all the opportunities that it afforded. That neighborhood, coincidentally, has a lot of examples of great missing middle housing, cottage courts, and manor homes and accessory units. And unfortunately, those are largely unable to be built under our current zoning. So I would urge you all to take this incremental step and add these new tools to our toolbox so that communities that do want to say yes to more neighbors have the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Carter Swayze. I live in Richland, West End, with my wife and son. We love our neighborhood. There are a lot of friendly neighbors. There are sidewalks. That's a rarity here in Nashville. And there are beautiful historic homes. But it's also a place that's out of reach for most families, and we're only there because of help from my wife's parents, my in-laws. When I walk with my son, I don't see many kids. A lot of my neighbors are older and understandably want to protect the value they've spent a lifetime building.
I respect that, but we can keep what's special about our streets while making room for more people to share it. I'm an affordable housing developer as well, so I'm able to see the whole puzzle here. And these reforms don't fix everything, but they do help limited sites go further and allow for small, sensible housing options. Because of our historic neighborhood, it's really expensive to renovate homes. I'm in this predicament right now, and unless I'm able to add a renter to my home, I won't be able to afford to renovate it. So I want to say this clearly as well. Renters are good neighbors. They're teachers, nurses, young families, and more renters means more homes on, or more lights on in the evening, more small businesses supported, and more kids riding bikes. That's not losing neighborhood character. That's keeping it alive. My neighborhood association, I imagine some of my neighbors are here tonight. Hello, friends. They are all opposed. I live there too, but I believe that strong neighborhoods are defined by not who bought decades ago, but who are to come next. I want my son to grow up with kids to play with, not a neighborhood that becomes quiet instead of vibrant, simply because nobody can afford to live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support? Okay, go ahead.
My name is John Hugh Odie IV. I live in District 21. How's it going, Brandon? I'm a real estate broker with my grandfather's company, Odie's Real Estate Agency, and it may surprise you to see me up here considering I work in the real estate agents industry. But before I was a real estate agent, before I was a broker, before I ever went to college, I was a Nashvilleian. I've lived here ever since I was a small child. My grandfather built, what he was able to build working in Nashville and doing what he needs to do. So if anyone understands, property value, wanting to, keep what your family built, it's me. But over the last several years, we have built what is, in my professional opinion, an absolutely unsustainable idea of the market in this city. And I don't even necessarily like the idea of higher density zoning or like the idea of a lot of people moving into the city that I grew up and gentrifying the areas that I've always lived in my whole life. You can literally see the divide on Rosa Parks Boulevard between the project complexes and these tall and skinnies that were built over a church. I don't necessarily even like the idea of higher zoning, to be completely honest with you, but something has to be done if we're going to keep moving people in, if we're going to keep everyone happy, because at this point we seem determined to, keep absorbing new members. And I can understand that, but something has to be done in the long term in order to keep this sustainable. Like we can't keep putting all this land in bits and pieces all throughout the neighborhood, scattered everywhere in the hands of short-term investors. I've gotten calls from different companies and stuff like that that have bought property down here, and they're calling us to manage it because they're not even here to see what's going on. Something has to get done in the long term, and I'm not really here because I like the idea of it, but because I understand that people are going to keep moving here, the infrastructure is going to have to get built, and something has to be done to keep something sustainable for everyone, for both natives and the people that are moving in.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey y'all, my name is Diamond Bill. It's good to see some of y'all faces tonight. I'm here as a young professional and an advocate for affordable housing options for young adults and families. I work full time. I contribute to my community, and yet, like so many other people, I still struggle to find a home here that I can actually afford. This is why I strongly support BL 2025-1005. Creating 2 new zoning districts isn't just a policy change, it's a step forward towards balance. It gives our city the flexibility to encourage mixed housing types and affordability while still maintaining neighborhood character. This bill means more opportunities for young people to stay, work, and grow here instead of being priced out. It means families can build roots and our city can remain diverse and thriving. We often hear that there are 2 Nashvilles, one for the wealthy and one for the rest of us. Which Nashville are y'all gonna stand up for? I do wanna point out that I went to college. I'm not on no government assistance. I do not get food stamps, no WIC, no welfare, no nothing. And I still cannot afford to stay here. I work a good job. I get paid decently, and I still can't afford to work here. So live here. So anything that's helping the community to boost it up, to make us all feel like we included here and we belong, I'm for it, and I hope that y'all are too. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Josh Haston. I live in District 6. Thank you for your hard work. I know this is a tough position to be in. Just want to remind folks, not necessarily what these bills do, but what unites us as a city, what we do and don't like. A lot of times you hear, I hate traffic, I hate taxes, I hate inflation, I hate tall skinnies, I hate ugly buildings. This is a solution to that by helping stabilize, by providing more options that you could prevent some of those things. If you're displacing people by moving them out of the county, your traffic will get worse. If you're only building single families, your taxes will get higher, not lower. If you're trying to avoid inflation, you need people that are working in businesses and jobs that are affordable, so you don't have to jack up the prices to make your business sustainable. You want sustainable looking buildings that fit the neighborhood character. This bill does that. Also want to remind you what we love as Nashvillians. We love restaurants. We had 3 new Michelin star restaurants. We love retail. We love trees. We love neighborhoods. We love walkability. We love small businesses. We love local businesses. We love good health care. Who do we think lives and does those jobs? It's people that are living in the types of housing that this bill would provide. So I hope and I pray that you guys remember the folks that these bills are for. It's a huge, huge portion of our city, of the people that voted for you, that are going to continue to vote for you. So please vote in support of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Vinnick. I live in Council District 7 in Lake Benedict. So I think the real question tonight, because I want to save our Nashville neighborhoods too, the question is, who are we saving them for? Save our Nashville neighborhoods. Who is our there? Are we saving them for those who already own homes, who bought before prices skyrocketed? Or are we saving them for teachers, firefighters, social workers, nonprofit professionals who are trying to help the community, but I make below median income for this area? Are we keeping the ladder of housing opportunity open, or are we pulling it up behind us? This bill helps to close that gap. It doesn't rezone anything. It simply adds 2 new options. And let's be real, like, these options are never going to apply to the people that are here speaking against it, okay? Because they're going to be able to mobilize and prevent it from being applied to their neighborhood. So we're talking about just having new options for everyone in Nashville, and the people that don't want it, they're not gonna have it. So this is just a tool. If you look around this room and really look, the people who aren't here tonight are the very ones that this would help. They're the nurses and the teachers and the firefighters. Also, there's this sense that this is not part of the unified housing strategy. I've seen this posted. This is two strategies, 2 actions from it's action 13 and 14 from the unified housing strategy. This isn't the whole solution. We need structural reform, but this is an important part of it. So let's make Nashville's neighborhoods open for everyone.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, Wesley Smith. I live off Centennial Boulevard in West Nashville. Sorry to double dip. I'll be quick. I live in a large multifamily apartment across from what is now single family zoning, recently changed. The missing middle in Nashville is quite evident through my front window. And I love our great neighborhoods too. And I just want to remind folks that our great neighborhoods were not built under single family zoning. It didn't exist in Nashville as a designation until 1984. It wasn't put out widely until 1998, excuse me, the year before I was born. So we have not preserved our neighborhoods. We've frozen them in time. We've not allowed incremental development that's what built our great neighborhoods in the first place. This is a great first step in that direction. And our generation is simply asking for the same opportunities that were provided our parents and our grandparents. I hope you will support these bills tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Michelle Flynn, a Clay Cap. So I wasn't going to speak, but I do want to put a little picture around this, which is I live in East Nashville, moved in the year of the tornado. And, when I moved in, there were houses that had outside, a lot of houses that had outside stairs. So people were living, when people talk about like the historic neighborhood that it was, no, a single family, all single family, it was not. It was quite mixed. And even today, my neighbor, there's rental in the front and the back. Across the street, a little bit over, there's a duplex. Everybody lives fine, gets along, there are no issues. But what I want to bring to your attention is this. You are making steps forward to create more opportunities for more diverse housing that we desperately need. You may or may not know, but I was on the staff of the Nashville Conflict Resolution Center. I mediate once a week in civil court. I sat today and I lost count of the number of people, and they looked just like you all. I'm not talking of very low income people. Certainly some of them were there, but they're working people who are being put out of their housing, many of them apartments. So there's not enough apartments for people to live in. The ones that are being built, a lot of them are out of availability for folks. And they're being hit by this economic market and now losing their SNAP benefits. It's a serious issue out here. They're all losing their housing. They're going to be unhoused and on the streets. It's going to cost us all lots more money. So do this, make this happen, and then keep making the steps toward making this city a place where people who want to be here can live here. Please and thank you.
Are you here to speak in support of
Yes.
10?
Who is
talking? 5? Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Bethany Fancher. I live in District 7, Emily Benedict. And I'm speaking in strong support for the zoning reform bills. I was lucky enough to buy a house years ago, a decade ago, at the very tail end of when I would have been able to afford it myself. I'm self-employed. And at one point I went to the zoning to talk about if I could build another structure, another home on my property. My neighborhood is a pocket of houses that have larger yards. It used to be a farm, and I guess when it was broken up into properties, people got 1 acre. I have 1 acre. And I do have plenty of space to build something. And I found out that I could not do that because of the zoning. And I would like to provide somebody with a home that couldn't afford it now, like I would not be able to afford now myself. That's all.
Thank you. All right, we continue in support. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hello, my lovely friends. Just a reminder, the people who are missing from the conversation tonight are union members. Because they are unable to be here, they're either taking care of their children, getting them ready for tomorrow for school, or working their second shift. Our 911 dispatchers, lunch ladies, Metro Park workers, NDOT employees, the people who make this city work. A lot of my friends, myself included, make a living wage, but are often priced out of a city where I was born and raised. Born in Edge Hill, which they now call 12 South, completely has changed. And I just want you to know that we do have Metro workers who cannot afford to live here. And everybody's like, oh, go work for Metro, the wages, the benefits, blah, blah, blah. And they're sleeping in their cars. They have a gym membership. They take a shower there. They work a short shift at Starbucks, go shower, and then go teach our children. So while we're having these conversations about who belongs here and who doesn't in my neighborhood, I just want you to be mindful that there are more of us that need places to live than the people who already have places to live. So I don't want to belabor this conversation because I never talk my whole time. That's unheard of. But there are people who are struggling to pay rent. We have no rent caps in Tennessee. John can charge me $5,000 a month to live in a house on Lishy where I knew people who used to smoke crack in those houses. That ain't worth $5,000, but that's what he can charge me. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Adam Nicholson. I live in District 30, and I could just mirror what was said a moment ago. Growing up here in West Nashville, I was really lucky to buy a house in West Nashville and Sylvan Park with my brothers back in 2005. Smartest thing we ever did. But as we get to be older, kind of silly for all of us middle-aged men to own one little house together. So we sold that house, and we would have loved to stay in West Nashville, the community we all grew up in and wanted to stay in. But not being able to keep up with the inventory that Nashville Next, which we all participated in, happy to do that ambitious process, it didn't keep up with the housing stock that we probably all should have built back then. So also very fortunate to take the profit of that wise purchase back in 2005 and invest in other neighborhoods in this beautiful city. I'm on the south side now, really fortunate to be there in Glen Cliff. I love that neighborhood, love the community there, but I just want to support these solutions that could build more housing. If we had these solutions back when we sold that house, maybe we would have held on to it. Maybe we could have done something more creative with that place, and possibly some of us could have had some version of a mother-in-law suite there, a DADU. There's things we could have possibly done to stay there or move somewhere else in that neighborhood. But now that street, 90% of the houses there have been torn down, replaced by the most gaudy, ostentatious mansions you've ever seen in your life. It's just something that shouldn't be there, totally out of character. And that's all you can do. You buy these little workforce houses, a little ranch house, but it's only zoned right now to be another single house. And so somebody comes in to make a profit. They buy a 50,000 house from 1980, sell it, they got to spend another 500 grand to make a profit. Now it's a multi-million-dollar mansion thing when it could have been so much more for people. So just please support these solutions that can help people survive in this city. And, suspend fares from WeGo, because that's going to be a great thing we could do possibly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support of Ordinance 1005? All right, seeing none, we will now move to those wishing to speak in opposition to this ordinance. And again, I would ask you, please, as you line up, to do so orderly. Please defer to our staff member, Ms. Rosie Hayes, as it relates to your lineup and not blocking ingress and egress from the main door. All right, sir, welcome back. We're on opposition now. You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm sorry I
no
jumped the
worries.
gun, a little excited. So Tom Gormley, Green Hills, excuse me. I've been to several of the meetings, the planning missions, that we met with Brenda and talked to her. And the stories we're getting from planning are kind of thinly veiled, but they don't really, if you dig down, in my opinion, make sense. This idea that we're not rezoning anything is not true. We're changing, adding these classifications, which is going to open the front door for the developers to come into neighborhoods and start building more tall skinnies, apartments, and just ruin the neighborhoods. There's a poor little house on Woodmont, 1950s, was probably an affordable house. They tore the one down beside it. They built two giant tall skinnies. I mean, it blocks the sun for these people. So this idea that they said, the planning people said, it doesn't hurt the neighborhood, it hurts the neighborhood. The idea that it's going to, be affordable housing is not true. They're building tall skinnies. They go for $1.5 million. It makes no sense. I mean, we should be partnering with people like Habitat. I'm also a member of Habitat. We're building houses for $300,000 up in North Nashville, where the land's reasonably priced, where people can have a nice little house and not be crowded in. You should see the pictures of the nations from 2014 to 2025. All the trees are gone. All it is a bunch of rows of houses. It looks like military barracks. I don't know how it's not a fire code problem. So the idea that it's going to build affordable housing is not true. It hasn't successfully done that. You got tall skinnies that are empty in Green Hills. There's more houses on the market right now than there's been for years. There's over 5,000 houses on the market. The apartment places are giving away 2 or 3 months free rent. I'm going to completely run out of time. So I'm totally opposed, and you see all my neighbors are too. And if you heard who was clapping when they spoke for, there weren't many.
All right. Go ahead. You're recognized. Hey, folks, we're not going to clap in between everybody speaking, okay? It'll slow us down. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bill Tate, and I've been a resident of Green Hills near Woodmont Boulevard for 42 and a half years. My neighborhood has had block parties. I know everybody on my street. I know the names of most of the dogs on my street. Everybody comes to our neighborhood for Halloween to get candy because it's a great place to live. I'm kind of sad at the people that spoke in opposition who just come right out and say that they are opposed to single-family houses. That is amazing. That almost seems anti-American and is such a abandonment of our society from as little as 40 years ago. So our street has been there for 80 years. It was Nashville's first airport runway. So it's still there. It's still vibrant. It is so naive to think that you're going to take a house in this single family neighborhood and tear it down and put multifamily residents on it and it to become affordable housing. That's crazy. They're going to be $500,000, $1 million units on these lots. This is a developer bill. This is not for.
Please, let's not have clapping. Thank you. I know we've had it intermittently throughout the evening, but it's really helpful if we can just not do that. Go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, it makes no sense to damage longtime Nashville residents and homeowners to promote and benefit developers and people who've not even moved to Nashville yet. It's this whole idea of helping all these folks, but you're damaging people who've lived here, me, 42 and a half years in this same place.
All righty.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall, I'm going to ask you to keep that sign down, please. Anybody holding up signs, the intent is not to, or the hope, the ask is you're not blocking anyone around you. And with that, we'll continue. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. My name is Doug Janer. I live in Jason Spain's District 35. For the record, there was clapping going on when people in support, and you did not admonish them. But I just want to say to the folks here tonight, expecting our city planning department to solve our affordable housing issues in Nashville, you're expecting the arsonist to put out the fire. All these tall, skinny houses, all these multi-million-dollar houses were approved by the same planning commission that's promising to fix your woes tonight. Second, as a resident of Bellevue, I am requesting that all community-wide zoning matters be deferred until we have a community meeting in Bellevue. We had a meeting in Bellevue, but we did not have a community meeting in Bellevue. The meeting in Bellevue, the residents were not allowed to speak. When residents did speak, they were told to sit down and shut up. At subsequent meetings, the residents were allowed to speak. We residents in the Bellevue meeting were treated differently by the Planning Commission as far as subsequent meetings were held, and I believe because of that, we possibly have legal cause of action against the Planning Commission. I'm asking that to be rectified by deferring and holding a meeting in Bellevue where the residents are allowed to speak. Lastly, I want to talk about our city council member who also sits on the Planning Commission, Roland Horton. Here is a guy who was elected with 10% of his district's registered voters. He got 1,500 votes in a district that has 15,000 voters. He got 10% of the district voters. Moreover, 80% of his funds from his campaign contribution came from outside of his district. 40% came from out of state. Imagine that. We have a city council member who's driving the bus on the city planning commission who got 40% of his money from out of state. What is wrong with that picture? He fits the definition of a carpetbagger, pure and clear. I'm looking forward to a meeting in Bellevue, Jason. Thank you.
All right. I am going to encourage folks, please, to stay on the bill, okay? Speak to the bill's merits or why you disagree with it. Thank you. Please continue.
Good evening, council members. My name is Danielle Lafreniere. I live in District 25. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that you defer adoption of the new RN and RL zoning classifications until the policies, criteria, and infrastructure planning are complete. These designations are being promoted as tools in the toolbox to diversify housing and address Nashville's projected 91,000 unit shortage. But that framing skips an important truth. Tools without rules create risk. We've seen this before in 2010 and again in 2015, so-called missing middle 1.0 policies. HPR's infill, the Nashville Next General Plan, produced record numbers of for sale homes, but led to a net loss of 27,000 affordable homes while driving up land costs and property taxes. Now with Missing Middle 2.0, we're being asked to approve new zoning designations without an updated community character manual, without clear standards for approval or denial, and without completed infrastructure or transportation studies. That's not progress, it's deja vu. If rezonings are approved without clear legal and planning criteria, we risk litigation, neighborhood disruption, and accelerated displacement, all under the banner of housing choice. We're told that councilmanic courtesy will protect neighborhoods, but once an ordinance is introduced, it's nearly guaranteed to pass. More than 95% of rezoning bills pass council, the vast majority unanimously. That's not real accountability. Neighborhoods deserve policies built on transparency, not tradition. The bottom line, tools need rules. Before creating new zoning categories, Metro must update its policies, finish the infrastructure study, and establish a framework that ensures real affordability, not just more density and higher prices. Nashville doesn't need faster zoning, it needs smarter zoning, growth that's equitable, data-driven, and supported by infrastructure that actually works. Please defer these proposals until those safeguards are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Linda Ferris from District 3, and that's going to be hard to follow. Mine is about the infrastructure. And again, we're not against development. We're in favor of smart development. And our infrastructure is not in place. A year or so ago, I had a neighbor that had fallen, called 911, and was put on hold and told on 911 for the emergency with her face down that my call would be answered and the order was received. That's unacceptable. Our NES lights are continuing to flicker off and on several times a week. This is not acceptable. Convenience centers, when you load up your trash, because I'm outside of the zone where we get trash services, you take it to the dump and you get there and it is full. That is infrastructure. Emergency services, while our police, our firefighters, our EMTs are working their hardest, they're not adequately paid, and we do not have enough of them to fill if we continue zoning the way that we are. Non-emergency services, if you've ever had to call non-emergency, it takes upwards of 6 or 7 hours for somebody to come. Schools, we built brand new schools, and a former school teacher I am, and we're already at capacity, or busting at the seams, and gonna have to start putting in those portables again. And we know with the tornadoes and the activity in the area, how safe those are. Codes department, you call codes because something is going on in your neighborhood that would have never happened 26 years ago, and they are unable to respond. They have to say, call non-emergency police. This is the infrastructure that we are lacking, and we're just asking that this be deferred until an infrastructure study can be completed so that we can do this sensibly. Again, we are not against development. We're for sensible development. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Michael Lewis, live in District 34. Lifelong Nashvilleian, except for a little time away when I served in the U.S. Army, including in a couple places like Iraq and Korea. Came back to a completely different city than I left, in a lot of good ways and a lot of bad ways. You know, one of the things that I really hope all of you focus on, every single one of you in here, is this. I think we live in a time when a lot of people question whether or not our elected officials truly represent the will of their voters. I think those of you who have been to, who have been a part of listening sessions have heard that overwhelming opposition. And I would really, before and above anything else, listen to your constituents, represent your constituents. You've heard from a lot of advocacy groups. Some of them have good agendas, some of them have agendas that may be mixed. But what they don't have is the best interests of your constituents in mind. I ask each and every one of you to truly listen and represent your constituents in carrying out your duties on this council and with this bill. I'm just going to say a couple of other things. You know, it's tempting to say that only developers win. I know that not only developers win, they're going to win with this bill. They certainly will. There's people who need affordable housing. This doesn't solve that. This doesn't take a targeted approach that really, truly addresses the issue. It leads to a scattershot approach, and what you're going to see is some places where it works and a lot of places where it really doesn't work and creates a lot more of that expensive luxury housing that doesn't address the need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. I'm Chris Remke. I live in District 20. As most of you know, I work with developers and advising them on where to find their opportunities. In this conversation, there's a big hungry bear that's affecting this and not addressed in policies that should be. I'm the person that tells the hungry bear where to eat, but what that hungry bear wants is your affordable housing, and that's why you're not affording it. So I'm going to run through a real quick review of what the math looks like. Research by local academics at TSU show that cash-funded investor speculation by major development funds creates a market buyer pressure that inflates home values. In Nashville, that inflation totally attributed to that phenomenon alone with these institutional cash buyers is a property increase of 25%. That 25% means everybody here's home, the average home now is worth $97,000 more than if they weren't here. So as these hungry bears move along, they are now coming into Davidson County. They're here, they've been here. They're primarily currently focused in Antioch, Madison. What this ultimately amounts to is $700 a month for every resident goes to paying for that section of that 25%. So investor funds go after starter homes. That is their plan. That is the residential tree. And so they're consuming they're consuming all of your affordable stock. So once you go through that, you go, what's the harm of providing this tool, this Swiss Army knife of building types? Well, the bear wants the biggest building type in that unit. You need to understand how the bear is going to consume the highest end of that. That's what that property becomes valued at. That's what it's worth. So please stop this inflation engine. Understand that it's not creating affordability. We need tax relief for seniors. We don't want to follow the Darwin rule. Please follow these policies. Land values based on potential, buyer beware.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Antoinette Olison, and I am here in support of affordable housing. I'm on your side, dude. I'm on your side. I was with tears in my eyes hearing all these people needing affordable housing. We don't have it. It's terrible. This pastor, oh my gosh. That's why I'm against these bills, because even Gregory Claxton, the head of Housing and Infrastructure Studies, said this is not going to create affordable housing. This is not for affordable housing. That's what he said. And that is not what happens. And then here's the talking points of Metro says, these bills do not change anyone's zoning, and Metro is not taking away single-family zoning. But the current RN, RL, and DADU bills on the table in execution allow developers, your neighbor, whoever happens to be the council person at that time, 6 years from now, to build density next to any property in in this city, which means essentially it would take away single-family housing. So there's, what we're not looking at is this is not going to stop housing prices from rising. It's not going to stop the tall skinnies. It's displacing right now our lowest residents, our most struggling residents. And there are thousands of homes on the market. There are hundreds of homes. I just pulled up one starting at $105,000. There are many in the $200,000 range. I'm a realtor and who said they couldn't find someone home. If you want to find a home, call me. I'll find you one because they're all over the place. They're sitting on the market. They're not selling. Wait until the infrastructure study's in, please.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Rebecca Lowe, District 35. It's so nice to see everybody paying attention. It's not always the case, and it's really nice to see here tonight. Of course, my phone goes away right when I start talking. I'm actually here tonight to ask the council to please defer the second reading vote on these zoning bills. And 20 years ago this week, I decided to make Nashville my home simply for a quality of life. I put my stuff in storage and I saved up for about a year and a half, and then I made a down payment on a little house here. And since then, I've been involved in my community. I've been involved in elections and community activism, and I've also been learning about these zoning bills. And contrary to the comments about misinformation, we do not misunderstand the bills. For instance, one thing that you've already heard about in the last few speakers is the infrastructure. Planning told us this just at a meeting last Thursday that they do not have the results from an infrastructure study, and they do not have a predicted date as to when they will get that. So, but I'm not here to try to school you on the bills. I'm simply here to speak up to this council and ask you to please hear me as your constituent, because I feel over the last decade, my voice and the voices of some of my neighbors are being ignored more and more often. These zoning bills have given way to a lot of concerns, obviously, and are you hearing our concerns is our question. It was really disheartening to see the neighbors from the nations come here and beg and grovel and plead with you to defer their bill so that they could have a seat at the table. And we are simply asking that. We don't think it's going to hurt anything by putting a few days between these votes and giving us a chance to try to put up some guardrails and protect our homes and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Got an AV pause here for the news media. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Koen Verkruijsen, and I've had quite a few conversations with Mr. Claxton about the RN and RL zoning. Initially, the rhetoric was that these would be only applicable along the so-called transit corridors. And that made sense. But by September, all of a sudden, the rhetoric changed. And RN, RL all of a sudden became applicable just about anywhere. No matter how complicated the process may be, it does open the possibility that dense multi-unit residences will be built in areas that do not have access to public transportation, guaranteed to increase traffic density. It does open the possibility that dense multi-unit residences will be built with the destruction of tree canopy in areas with lots of hills that would be a danger for landslides. Foolishness and danger is possible. And if it can happen, it will happen. That's Murphy's Law. You know that. The proposals are rich in architectural planning, but they lack thoughtful city planning. And I have talked to our council person, Mrs. Ewing, and I've listened to other council persons promising that if anything unreasonable would come their way, they would not approve it. But these are empty promises. These are just words that are non-binding. So I urge you, if there's anything unreasonable that you can think of, please codify it into an amendment so that the bills that are up here would have thoughtful city planning, but it's completely lacking it. And while I have a few more seconds left, I'd like to say thank you, Route Nashville, for the smart things you do for the city. And I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. We all love Route Nashville too. All right, you're recognized, sir.
Hi, my name is Bob Miller, and I have lived in Charlotte Park area, District 20, for the last 10 years. My wife and I bought back 10 years ago. There's really not much I can say that my neighbors have already said opposing this bill. I guess this is the first time I've ever spoken to a group like this. And I often, on the way out here, I thought, well, if I get up there and talk, do they really care? I mean, each one of you have constituents who voted for you. But and somebody mentioned this, do you really listen to your constituents, or are you just going to already have a preconceived decision on this bill? Is this all useless, everybody coming up here talking? Or are you really going to listen and know that building these houses and rezoning and passing this bill, it will not lower housing costs? If anyone thinks so, you're living in fantasy land. It's not going to happen. This model, it won't work. There's already condos out there. There's already townhouse communities from Bellevue all the way through into Nashville. And why mix up and disturb neighborhoods that are already there? I do understand some of the concerns, and I know there's a housing issue. However, there's houses out there. The builders are coming in from out of state, and they're driving the costs up. Another gentleman mentioned it's cash only. I'm a realtor. 2020, I was putting bids in on houses for my clients that were literally $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 over asking. And this is because builders are coming in, tearing a house down and building two, and it's just repeating itself. So I say you have to vote no.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, council members. My name is Paul Pleeman. I'm a combat veteran, Nashville native, and live in District 3. Before we talk about adding more housing, we need to talk about infrastructure. Our roads, stormwater systems, electrical grid, emergency services, and schools are already over capacity. Growth without investment in the basics will only make flooding, traffic, blackouts, crime, and overcrowding worse. And Nashville doesn't necessarily need more new housing. We need to fill the thousands of vacant homes and rentals already sitting empty instead of adding to an oversaturated market. These zoning bills are being sold as modernization, but they're really about money and influence, not community. Developers gain flexibility, the city gains tax revenue, and the people who live here lose control of their neighborhoods. Even the affordable housing narrative has shifted. Now it's called attainable housing. That's not progress, it's marketing. Affordable has standards and oversight. Attainable means whatever benefits developers. And even the so-called affordable homes miss the mark. They're designed for higher earners, not the families struggling to stay in this city. Yes, there have been hearings, but participation has been low. Not because people don't care, but because most residents don't even know these sweeping changes exist. Together, these bills create a citywide zoning overhaul, denser, faster, and out of character with less public input. They shrink setbacks, reduce parking, and shift approval power to staff instead of citizens who live with the consequences. Nashville needs leadership that listens, leadership that values transparency, balance, and trust. People move here because it feels like a community, not a commodity. Don't trade that away. Please vote no on these zoning bills and send them back for real public engagement. Nashville's neighborhoods deserve a voice in their own future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Todd Horn. I'm from District 3. As a general contractor and a real estate investor, it is saddening to see what our building department allows to be built and to be lived in. I have seen stuff that I would tear down to rebuild properly. And as an ethical contractor, I pride myself to do the right thing. I ask this committee to do the right thing. Vote this down. Vote it no. It's amazing that people think that in 10 years we only need 90,000 homes. We'll be lucky if we don't need 150,000 homes to accommodate everybody. Nashville won't house that. We'll be looking at Lebanon, Antioch, White House to help facilitate all the needs that we need. It's not just Nashville. We have to branch out and allow other areas to accommodate the needs that we need. Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you for having me tonight, Council. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm here to oppose bills 2025-1005 through 1008. It's my understanding that these rezoning bills are proposed to give you one more tool in the toolbox to achieve higher density through whatever today's definition of affordability is. All of this without a single improvement made to our infrastructure, not a thought to our safety, and without even a single impact study done. More density is what you want. That is not what the vast majority of the people who live here want. Just because we own our homes doesn't mean we don't also struggle. It definitely doesn't mean we're rich, and it for sure doesn't mean we don't also work hard. As elected officials, you are supposed to set your personal interests aside and represent the people who already live here. It is not your job to tell us what we want or make decisions based on what you think is best. You are not our parent. Listen to your constituents and please do the right thing tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, I'm Alan Dooley. I'm a resident of District 23. I'm an architect who's designed homes, duplexes, and multifamily projects applying the evolving building codes and zoning in Nashville over a 45-year career. With current erosion of democracy at the national level, our city council should not be gamed by developers to erode democracy at the local level by rushing through the RN and RL bills. I have lived almost exclusively in our small neighborhood, starting out in one of 3 affordable apartment complexes. We bought a condo in a 1-bedroom and lived there for several years, saving money, raising our children in a small home where children could walk to visit their great-grandmother in retirement housing, who in turn could walk to visit her husband in a neighboring nursing home. 20 years ago, I lent my expertise to form a neighborhood association to deal with a 12-story high-rise in the midst of our single-family neighborhood. Our board worked with planning and a developer through an SP to allow 54 townhome units, which required sidewalks between units and on the street, limits to construction traffic, and high stormwater retention. Spot zoning our neighborhood with RN and RL will take this planning process away from neighbors and give the power to corporate fund managers far away from Nashville. These potentially smaller but numerous buildings will not require stormwater retention, worsening our flooding problems. For over 20 years, we've begged Metro for sidewalk access between our housing, 2 schools, 1 community center, a church, and a park. These RN and RLs will not help that either. They'll put construction traffic on every street for decades, pitting neighbor against neighbor, making streets more dangerous and taxing our infrastructure. I'm not a NIMBY. I'm not a YIMBY. I'm certainly not a TIMBY. Take this in your backyard. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Next, please.
Council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Wayne Underhill, District 23. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate his efforts. I agree we've got an affordability crisis. When my wife and I moved to our home in Westmead some years ago, more than I'd like to think about, it was a fixer-upper. There are very few, not as many fixer-uppers on the market now as there were when we moved in, but it made it affordable. What has deprived us of fixer-uppers is the developers that have swept into these neighborhoods, torn down those affordable houses, and then built homes that were 2 and 3 and 4 times the value of that existing property. Now the developers are chomping at their lips going, boy, we want this bill to be passed. Well, it's not going to make affordable housing. If we leave it up to developers and if we give them that liberty to build what they want to build, they're going to continue to build large, expensive properties. The infrastructure is not able to handle it. Our water, our sewer, our roads, it took us an hour to drive down here this afternoon. Our traffic is clogged. For us to have further density is not fair. It doesn't make a livable neighborhood for us. And finally, tree protections. The Planning Commission assured us that all tree protections would be enforced. Well, folks, there are none. None. There are none. We're experiencing developers that are clear-cutting lots. So let's protect our environment. Thank you.
Next, please. Belle Newton, Woodlawn Neighborhood Association, District 24. Not my first rodeo here. Out of respect for you, I'm not going to reiterate everything everybody else has said, with which I agree. I was so moved by some of the speeches, and yes, we have an affordable housing problem, and we need a solution. I do not believe these bills, as they stand today, are that answer. I know, we know our zoning won't change, so if you write us anymore, please don't tell us that. But your design tool that is going to be in place will make it possible for a councilman to request rezoning, and we don't really see quadplexes, cottage courts, and townhomes as less dense. We have fought very hard to protect our neighborhood, and this type of development would affect the character of our neighborhood and change it forever. If you really don't think we understand, then why don't you hit the pause button? This needs a lot more work. We really, really do. We were so moved. We know there's a problem. We'll work with you, but this needs work, and we're asking you for time to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Patsy Harvey. I live in District 23. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The mayor's memorable election slogan was, "Let's build a Nashville that works for Nashvillians." So what happened? Nashville is a special place because of the people, communities, and neighborhoods. Nashvillians did not ask for a blanket change to the zoning code. They asked for more affordable housing. These are not the same. If you need evidence that changes to zoning without community engagement is a problem, look at Districts 20 and 16. Unhappy constituents to the point they have created opposition groups. No one wants this. It ceases to be Nashville when we allow an expensive out-of-state consultant to determine our priorities without true community engagement, no infrastructure study yet, and data that somehow mysteriously measures people who might live here someday without considering the people who actually live here as just as important. This is the mayor's own election message. Nashville Next won awards and included 18,000 participants over a 3-year time period. According to Metro Planning website today, the current plan had engagement from only 600 people at 17 meetings, and that was not even asking for input. They were primarily marketing meetings for missing middle. Your own colleague, Tanya Hancock, wrote the following statement in her latest newsletter. It is unprecedented to create intense zoning codes that would be applied everywhere, rather than wait for planning to make a recommendation on what neighborhood policies would best be suited for these zoning codes. Please vote no or defer to do more work. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, remember me asking you not to clap at length in between every time. At this point, there's a lot more clapping happen now. Let's keep proceeding. Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
My name is Melissa Lockhart. I'm from District 23. And I'm going to change the beginning of my statement that it is deeply disappointing to see that the opponents of the zoning bill are silenced when they clap, while supporters are allowed to do the same without
No
interruption.
one is silencing you, ma'am. I'm just asking
Fairness
for
and
us to
consistency
proceed.
are a foundation of public trust, which one side is permitted to express support and the other is reprimanded for the same behavior. It creates a perception of bias and undermines the integrity of this process. Every citizen, regardless of their position, deserves equal treatment and respect in this chamber. Today, I'm speaking in opposition of the zoning categories RN and RL because they allow density that will fundamentally change the character and livability of our neighborhoods. These areas were designed for single-family homes with space, safety, and stability in mind. Increasing density means more traffic on streets, never meant for it. More cars parked along the curbs, and great pressure on already limited schools, parks, and public services. This kind of overbuilding doesn't strengthen communities, it erodes them. When too many units are packed into small lots, we lose trees, green space, and a sense of privacy that makes residential neighborhoods feel like home. Nashville's growth shouldn't come at an expense to families and long-term residents who built these communities. I urge the council to protect the integrity of our neighborhoods and reject the zoning changes that promote unnecessary density.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the time to speak with everyone tonight. My name is Chance Jones, and I reside in District 24. I've lived in numerous cities across our country, to include growing up in Alabama. I've also lived in Washington, D.C. and the San Francisco Bay Area. People want to move to our neighborhood that we live in now because it's a neighborhood with a yard for kids to play, and it has easy access to the downtown area. Parking has not yet become too much of an issue in our area like it is in San Francisco and DC because our density level is lower. A lot of people like it here because it's not San Francisco or DC, hence why we decided to stay. I did not come from a wealthy family and I did not have any high-paying job. We could not afford to move back into our neighborhood now, as when we first moved in this area, we had adjacent neighbors with what appeared to be substance abuse problems and other issues. We have stuck it out for approximately 14 years, and we have had numerous neighbors, friends who have fought for decades long to preserve our neighborhood from overdevelopment, and we are very fortunate for that. I worked hard and saved for my whole career and was fortunate enough to be able to move into a transition neighborhood that we ended up falling in love with. I can go on about my previous negative experiences living next door to an illegal DADU and the fact that it takes a miracle for Metro codes to enforce anything after the fact. You know, maybe they should preserve some of the older homes in the area that are somewhat affordable, but the answer seems to be now tear them down, place $2 million homes on one lot. The developers are always going to try and get the biggest profit they can. I have a developer who lives in our neighborhood. He's from out of state, and I've heard him say some interesting things regarding development around here. One thing is for certain, he could care less what people think. He just wants to make money. I understand Nashville has a housing issue, but I don't believe it's nearly as bad as we are led to believe. Plus, I don't think it's beneficial to destroy the very thing that attracts people to these quaint neighborhoods. Therefore, I'm opposed to 1005 through 1008. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jordan Lawhead. I reside in District 6. I appreciate you all showing up so consistently and being here. I believe we're all here united under the front of improving our city. And that's why you all show up so much, is you want to improve our lives and to create human flourishing for the people that live here. And we appreciate that. I was just doing some simple Googling as I was waiting in line. The vacancy rate for apartments in Nashville is currently around 8.2%, reflecting a significant number of units sitting empty due to an oversupply in the market. This is high vacancy rate as a result of a recent construction boom that has outpaced demand. we have places available actually, and they're not being used. I would hope that we could maybe figure out a way that we could use those first before placing something that we haven't quite studied. We haven't studied the parking, we haven't studied the stormwater, we haven't studied any of the feasibility whatsoever. I have worked for developers, and I can honestly say that their main goal is to buy things as quickly as possible for as low as possible and to make the greatest amount of profit on those things. You all, I'm sure, know them well. I appreciate your time and listening to everyone here tonight on both sides. I'm very proud of our city for having this dialogue. And I ask that you would consider deferring this for more study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Logan Key, and I'm Vice Chair of the Coalition for Nashville Neighborhoods. I also live in the 6th District. Our organization cuts across all locations and political ideologies in Nashville. We're liberal, conservative, moderate, left, right, Democrat, Republican, all the above. And we all wish housing was less expensive. But the H&I study presents no evidence that its own recommendations will achieve what they're intended to achieve. In fact, it's not a study. It's a set of recommendations based on a set of flimsy premises. There's no evidence that the proposals will do anything except reorder the existing housing supply in Middle Tennessee. There's no evidence that monthly rents or mortgage payments will drop in Middle Tennessee. In fact, there's no evidence that it would do anything but encourage more outside investment in and outside control of real estate that is already expensive. And remember, the price of homes that result from this will be controlled by developers. And as you've already heard, but it bears repeating, the proposed zoning codes themselves don't even exist in our own general plan. So what on earth will be used to guide the implementation except the whims of the Planning Commission? Madam Vice Mayor, a trigger warning. I don't address a piece of rhetoric that I hear from proponents of this from time to time. They say of us who are opposed, you people are just pulling up the ladder behind you. So let me say this. For those in this chamber who are voting for this out of some moral crusade, while they themselves are living in a single-family home, then if this passes, they have a moral obligation to advocate that their own property be rezoned so that they can sell their home or otherwise redevelop it and sell it for multifamily use. And failure to do so would reek of hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
I'm Grace Renshaw. I live in District 24. Many Nashvillians feel we are in the same abusive relationship with developers that our city has with state government. Our city is viewed as a resource from which they seek to extract as much profit as quickly as possible while providing us with little or no voice in our future. I'm not here to oppose this bill. I'm asking you to defer it while you work out one particular divisive feature that one of this body articulated to the banner in September, quote, "If you live in a NIMBY part of town, keep electing NIMBY council members and none of this is going to come your way." Well, if it's really that bad, I'm speechless by the cynicism. We don't need council members who are NIMBYs or density doctrinaires. We need leadership that brings us together to address the genuinely pressing need of affordable housing. I know the state won't let us require developers to build affordable housing. Please stop using that as plausible deniability to make it easier for them to raise the remaining marginally affordable housing remaining in old neighborhoods like mine, which contribute diversity and bring in renters for market rate units that even planning staff admit won't be affordable to first-time buyers. As for the claim that the more we build, the more affordable housing becomes, my husband's old Texas expression comes to mind, "Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining."
Next.
Bernard Pickney, District 24, Sylvan Park. This 105 reminds me of the enabling legislation for DADUs. It was passed back some time ago, and we thought, well, you know,
let's reset. Go ahead.
I won't be up here long. You don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
But when that bill was passed, well, we've got protections, you know, it has to be a whole block and all this. And now we're going to get DADUs everywhere if the council has its way. So it's just another Trojan horse, and this is terrible. Vote against it.
All righty. Next, please. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Ward. Live in District 34. I'm a native Nashvilleian, and like has been said tonight, I do agree that there's an affordability issue. I just want to say that I can hope we can take the time to get it right. And so I'm asking you to defer the vote on these 3 specific points. Number 1, the infrastructure study hasn't been completed. We've talked about the importance of that. Number 2, let's just put a little more thought before we open the door to additional development. Feels a little bit rushed. And if history holds true, the restrictions are typically going to be relaxed over time. Let's just take the time to get it right from the get-go. 3rd is around affordability. And to that point, number 1, you know, the market's going to build what the market will sell. There's nothing that specifically mandates that the affordable housing we're looking for will be built. Number 2, you know, the density is going to be increased. As we increase density, it increases land value, which is going to attract more corporate investment. So I think that's fundamentally working against the goal that we're all striving for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Madam Vice Chair. Members of the council, John Summers, 5000 Wyoming Avenue, District 24, Sylvan Park. These group of ordinances are being proposed. It's part of a national agenda. It's not just happening here, it's happening everywhere. And where at least Nest was honest and it was going to eliminate single family zoning in one fell swoop, this is very deceptive because this is going to do it lot by lot. Because you're not just adding a couple of text districts into the ordinance, you're actually changing policy because you're going to allow this in every single family neighborhood, every RS and R district. I've been to the meetings. It's been overwhelming opposition. And while I sympathize and agree with everybody about the affordable housing issue, these bills will not, as others have said, build one single unit of affordable housing. If you want affordable housing, this council needs to step up and fund it and build it. The developers are not going to do it. They're going to respond to the market. That's just the way our free market system works. I don't think any of you ran for office, at least I'd be surprised, and said, hey, vote for me, I'm going to get rid of single family housing. Did any of you do that? Raise your hand. Okay. You ran to say you were going to protect neighborhood and represent the interests of your constituents. Well, I saw Roy Dale out here earlier. He's a good example of a council member that didn't get reelected because of zoning issues. That's the issue that you lose on. I know I sat here for 4 terms, 16 years, and watched council members. I can give you a list of names if you want to see them. This will be the issue in the 2027 council races. So you need to listen to your constituents. You need to not betray their trust in you. Defer this, and let's see if we can find something that works for everybody. So there's no lose in this. Let's all try to win and win for Nashville. Thank you.
Your time's concluded. Next, please. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi.
If you'll pull that mic down.
I will. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I'm an introvert, so I really hate being up here. But I feel moved to talk about rezoning. I think rezoning for more density does not guarantee affordability. Simple economics means that rezoning will lead to more building, more people building, which leads to land value increases and new construction, which will be more expensive. It does not guarantee that developers build enough or even the right type of housing that will impact prices. They could easily build high-end units that don't serve lower income or more affordable housing for our communities. I live in historic Edgefield, and we had someone rezone their homes. They built 16 townhomes, and it increased all of our property taxes by 40%. The trickle-down effect hasn't worked in New York City, it hasn't worked in San Francisco, and it won't work here. Creating market rate housing doesn't magically make housing prices drop. Increasing density without implementing infrastructure and important policies to ensure more affordable housing will not rebalance the market.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're next.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Randy Young. I live in District 23. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight and to have heard our concerns over many community meetings. I think I've heard a lot of good information here tonight from both sides, and I appreciate that. I've also heard some excellent ideas as to how you might come together to come to a solution that will work across the board. I have one question for you. What's your hurry? What data do you have in the towns that have implemented these zoning rules that it worked? It doesn't work from anything that I have read, and I would ask you to do your homework before you move forward. Please defer this bills.
Thank you. You're recognized.
My name is Charles Scotty Madison. I go by Scotty Madison, and I appreciate your undivided attention and not the back of your heads or top of the heads like some of you have done. The phrase, all people are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, comes certainly from the U.S. Declaration of Independence in 1776. The inalienable rights it refers to are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not material possessions or government-guaranteed goods like housing or income or property. While the right to own property is closely related to these principles and certainly protected by the Constitution, it does not mean that the government or anyone else must provide you with a house. That means you, the council members here. It only means that you have the freedom to pursue, acquire, and keep property if you are able. I didn't come here tonight for this issue, but I sit over here with my wife, and I was sickened to hear what was taking place here. It really bothered me to the point where she said, please don't get up and speak. But I did. I hope that you would be level about this. I don't live in Belmead or Hampton or Club Drive, but I love driving through there. I love seeing. The difference between me and some of these other people is I don't envy and I don't covet and I don't resent what other people have, what other people have done. And if you have any resentment in you for what other people have achieved, you don't need to vote yes on this.
All right, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is John Grimson. I'm in District 23 in Westmead, and I'm not going to repeat all the good points my neighbors have made because I agree with them all. Fortunately, our councilman has kept us well informed. I do think that most of the residents of Davidson County, Metro Nashville, don't know anything about this. Totally in the dark. And if it's such a great idea, put it on the ballot and let the residents vote for it, up or down.
All right. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition to Ordinance 1005? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and I will go back to the bill's sponsor, Councilmember Gamble. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a comment.
Okay, there is a motion to approve on second reading. Anything else you want to add to that motion?
Yes.
By way of your comment, or do you want to articulate it in the motion now?
If I can articulate it in my comment, that would.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, there's a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone who came out today to speak on this issue. There have been many meetings, public meetings held by the planning department, and many of the council members and community members have had opportunity to provide input, express concerns, and we have listened. I know that there's a perception that council members aren't listening, but we are listening. And we appreciate when you all come out and provide feedback and input and share your concerns about legislation that is proposed. As has been stated, this particular bill 2025-1005, establishes 2 new zoning codes for building standards or for building types that we currently don't have building standards for in our code. We're talking about townhomes. We're talking about house courts and 3 and 4 unitplex houses. Housing types, diversity of housing types that provide home ownership opportunities for our middle income, for our working people. It's been said several times, for our teachers, for our firefighters, for our nurses. These housing types would be more affordable. We're talking $300,000 to $500,000 is what the current market rate is for this type of housing type, which is still expensive, but more affordable than some of the $250,000 million homes that we are seeing that are just really shutting a lot of Nashvillians out of home ownership opportunities. So we're not just talking about people who are moving to Nashville. We are talking about people who live here currently and the next generation of Nashvillians, like my 2 adult sons who were born and raised here and went to Nashville public schools and can afford to buy a house in Nashville. So we're not just talking about people moving here. Yes, Nashville has grown exponentially. Nashville has grown 81% since 1990. Nashville has changed in the 30 years that I've owned my house in the Bellshire neighborhood. Housing costs have increased 155% over the last decade. There is nothing we can do about the market rate and housing costs, but what we can do is to establish new zoning codes that provide a diversity of housing types for residents living in different stages of life and at different income levels. And that's what this bill does. This bill establishes building standards that everybody would be aware of, the community, the council member, developers, everybody would be aware of on the front end what the standards are for these housing types, and no recommendation has been made at this point of where to apply these zoning codes, other than the fact of having them near major corridors. And I'm sorry, I didn't get to my motion. But
That's okay if you want to
yes, I'll wrap it up and get to my motion. So what I would like to do today is move for approval on second reading, however, defer the third reading on these bills to the December 4th meeting. I want to remind everyone that this bill was already deferred. The October public hearing for this bill was deferred to this meeting. So we have deferred this bill to allow more time for community engagement, to allow more time for feedback from the community. What I'm asking today is that we move forward on second reading, defer third reading to the first meeting in December. And I would ask that the Chair Horton, who's the Planning and Zoning Chair, add these a discussion only about these bills and the pending amendments. There are several amendments to the bill that have already been introduced. I would like for us to start conversation and discussion about those bills, and also getting the public input that we got tonight, having opportunity to add more amendments, but to start the discussion on how we can address some of the concerns that we've heard over the public comment period today, as well as over the last few months of meetings that have been held about this meeting. So I'm about these bills rather. So I'm asking today that we approve on second reading with a deferral on third reading to the December 4th meeting, and that we have a public discussion about this bill and the amendments at the November 17th Planning and Zoning meeting held by our chair, Rollin Horton. And with that, I move for approval.
Okay, all right. So there is a second for that amended motion. The motion that is before the body is a motion to approve on second reading and defer the third reading to December 4th. Typically at that time, that's when the bill is in the Planning and Zoning Committee for consideration of amendments and so forth. Ms. Gamble has also requested a discussion only at the Planning and Zoning Committee of November 18th, just for purposes of additional discussion. All right, there's a motion to, before us. It is properly seconded, and we are on to discussion. All right, first in the queue for discussion is Councilmember Johnston. You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to make a little bit of a different motion. I think that what I heard overwhelmingly from my community meeting, but also a lot of community meetings that were being held, is that people don't feel heard. They don't feel listened to. They don't trust the process. They don't trust the council. They don't trust planning or the commission. I think that voting yes tonight just feeds into that. And it proves them right. If we are willing to defer, why not defer second reading? I totally agree with moving everything. We've got so many amendments and several substitutes. Some of them are late filed, yada, yada, for several of these bills. I totally agree with having it referred to the planning committee for November the 17th and 18th to have those discussions without vote so that we can really dig into it. And make the right decision and do it correctly. But I think it is such a slap in the face for us to say, yeah, thanks for coming out, overwhelming opposition, hundreds of emails saying, we don't like this, we don't know what this is, we don't understand, whatever it is, and then to say, we're going to vote yes. The optics of it are terrible. Can we please not prove that right? A deferral is a deferral. Please let's defer second reading until the December 4th meeting. Refer the bills and their amendments and substitutes all the way to have that discussion at the planning meeting and do what they are calling us overwhelmingly to say is to slow down. Let's get this right. Please listen to us. We are not listening to them if we vote yes tonight. I understand rules of procedure. I understand usually committee is done on third, all of that. This is a county-wide discussion that has county-wide implications and impact. And we have a ton of people that have eyeballs on it, that are invested, that are engaged. And that's a wonderful thing. But because of that, there's a way to do it and a way to not do it. And I'm pretty sure that we've got enough yes votes in here tonight to move it forward. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. There's a right way to do this, and people don't trust us, and that is not good. It's not good when people don't trust who represents them and don't trust the process, when they are fearful of what's going to happen to their neighborhood. We can bring this temperature down immediately, drastically, by saying we're going to defer second reading and we're going to have a robust conversation at this next meeting at the planning committee meeting. And I'm seeing Mr. Horton nod his head. He's in agreement. Can we please do that? That's what they're begging for.
Second.
All right. So discussion continues, and we are on to a motion. Yeah, you may make a point of order. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A council member was mentioned by name. Does that council member have the opportunity to speak because they were mentioned by name and we don't know if what was said was true or not?
That's not really the intent of that rule. It is if a member specifically impugns another member. Mr. Horton may have a opportunity to indicate that, I think, Ms. Johnson, you can't know necessarily why Mr. Horton was nodding his head in approval. And so I think there's a concern that you've kind of mischaracterized his support. But I want to clarify, there is no motion before us at present other than Ms. Gamble's motion to approve on second. With third deferred to December 4th.
Doesn't a deferral motion trump that?
You did not make a motion to defer.
I made a motion to defer second reading.
No, you did not, ma'am.
Yes, I did.
A subsequent member, you did not. You said, I'm going to. You never stated the motion. It didn't get a second. The time ran out. Another member, we have rules of order, and that is a proper. We are continuing on Ms. Gamble's motion. A subsequent member may make may make a deferral motion, and that would be a proper motion at that time. You spoke about it. You didn't make the motion. Okay. So now we continue discussion. Mr. Druffel, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Hang on just a second. Go ahead.
You got me?
Yes, sir. You're on.
Vice Mayor, I make the motion to defer it to the second meeting in November.
Okay, there is a motion to defer.
Oh, I'm
Hang
sorry,
on.
December, excuse me.
Okay.
Let me repeat the motion.
I'm just
Make a
going to,
motion
if you
to
would
defer it.
restate your motion, please.
I make a motion to defer it to the first meeting in December.
Okay, so the motion is to defer the second reading
The second reading to the
first meeting in December.
Is that correct?
And it has been seconded, okay? And so now we are on discussion of Mr. Druffel's deferral motion, okay?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'd like to just remind everybody, when we started this process in March last year, we put a resolution together. And in that resolution, we set some goals. So let me sort of repeat some of that. To determine additional funding amounts needed to supply and adequately provide infrastructure that will support any recommended increases in housing density. This review should include an evaluation of current requirements for adding infrastructure with development, and determine whether these costs and deliver housing products that can address Nashville and Davidson County existing and long-term affordable needs. That was our goal a year and a half ago, and I don't believe we met all those goals. Number one is I'm not really hearing the affordability component that was been discussed, and I don't overstate that. But the second thing is the infrastructure costs are part of what the needs of this, and those costs are going to be taxpayer costs at some point. We need to be very transparent on what we're doing and be very aware of how we deliver this. There's some barriers to delivery as we look at corporate housing, as we look at some of the other areas that we know in the free market will occur. Some of these we need to address before we get this started. Thank you.
All right, so we are on to discussion of Mr. Druffel's deferral motion that would propose to defer this bill's second reading to December 4th. There were a lot of folks in the queue for the initial approval on second motion. And so I will just inquire if the folks that are in the queue want to speak on the deferral. Please remain in the queue. Ms. Stiles, do you seek to be recognized on Mr. Druffel's deferral motion? Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do support this being deferred. However, if I can, is it possible to propose a deferral that actually goes to the second meeting in December, not the first? That gives us a little bit more time. The emails and all of the correspondence that we've had, no one is ready. So is that possible? Or does Mr. Druffel need to amend the motion that he
Mr.
previously
Druffel would
did?
need to amend the pending motion.
Okay.
You cannot make a subsequent deferral motion that is not substantively different, because then we would just all night be 2 meetings, 3 meetings, 4 meetings, and so forth. So you have a colleague, Mr. Druffel, who has asked or suggested if you would be willing to amend your deferral motion. And so, hang on, Mr. Druffel. Ms. Stiles,
yes,
would you
Mayor.
like me to ask Mr. Druffel if he would like to amend his motion? Mr. Druffel?
Agreed, Vice Mayor. I'd be glad to amend my motion to be the second meeting in December.
Okay, so the motion is to defer the bill's second reading to the second meeting in December. Is there a second for this amended motion by Mr. Druffel? Okay, so discussion continues on this now amended deferral motion. Ms. Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm one of the people who had amendments that I hope we will get to talk about at some point. And so I will ask, the original deferral motion included a discussion in the November 17th Planning Committee meeting on the bills. And I would hope that this new deferral motion might be again amended to include a discussion before that December 4th. I don't think it benefits us if we have an amount of time where nothing's happening. So I would ask if you could ask Mr. Druffel if he would be willing to include an opportunity, either a workshop separately from that or a part of the Planning Committee meeting as suggested. I think that discussion is really important.
Okay. So, Ms. Darby, can you speak to that, if that can be a request posed to the chair as to the discussion aspect, since that's not going to require a vote as contemplated, whether by Ms. Gamble or potentially by Mr. Druffel?
The original motion did not actually refer this item to the committee. It was a request to the chair of the committee to hold space for the discussion of the bill and the amendment, the proposed amendments, for discussion purposes only with no vote. The items themselves would not be referred to committee prior to the third reading.
That's just collegial intention, right? So the things that we are actually voting on are deferring to a date certain and so forth. So Ms. Gamble articulated it with her motion. We know that Chair Horton concurred with that, and that was a discussion, put it on Council Connect. So we spoke it into the room. So there was an awareness and a commitment to that. It is not technically part of the motion. Okay, so it is not necessary for Mr. Druffel to amend his motion in that regard, because I would presume if this motion were to prevail in the spirit of having time to discuss the amendments, we would try to afford that with the chair. So I would suggest, in an effort to keep things simple, we do not continue to amend motions with these ancillary
Certainly. I respect that. I will not further muddy the waters, only to say I do think that discussion is very important. And if this is a way to do it, great. If this is not a way to do it, then that would be the reason to defer third reading, because that does officially introduce a discussion. But regardless, as long as we know there's a way to have a discussion, it's been spoken into the room and it's still relevant out there, then that's important to me.
Okay.
And I think that's important to everyone here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And as members, and we'll make the public aware, we have our initial motion by the sponsor. Mr. Druffel has made a deferral motion, which is supersedes or is prevailing at this time. We will address the deferral motion if we dispose of it, depending on how it goes. If that deferral motion fails, we will be back to Mrs. Gamble's initial motion, okay? So we are on discussion of Mr. Druffel's motion to defer second reading to the meeting of December 16th, okay? Ms. Porterfield, you are next in the queue on this deferral motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to table the deferral motion.
Okay. All right. Let's see. We need a second. Okay, ample seconds. All right, the motion to table requires a second, so achieved. There is no other speaking with the motion, and you have made it correctly. The debate will now be between the motion maker, yourself making the motion to table, and the person with the pending motion to be tabled. And you will each have 3 minutes to speak. Let's see. Ms. Darby, help me out here, though. Do we need to vote first then? That would be how the motion to table would be conducted? Okay. Okay, right. And then the voting subsequent. All right. Okay, so Ms. Porterfield, you will go first with 3 minutes, Mr. Clerk, after which, Mr. Druffel, you may respond to the motion to table also for 3 minutes. Go ahead, Pro Tem Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am standing to table the motion to defer this legislation. First, I want to thank Councilmember Gamble, who has brought very thoughtful legislation. She has had over 20 meetings and worked on this for over 2 years. Initially, when we started looking at revamping our housing policy, we were told to wait until the housing study was done. We did that, we waited, and now we are being told to wait again. As Councilmember Druffel has just reminded us, 20 months ago, almost 2 Years ago, we were discussing this and we have waited. And in the meantime, this housing crisis that we all agree that we are in has exasperated. People need a place to live. We have to provide housing options. We cannot continue to kick this down the road. Councilmember Gamble has stated that she would like to pass this tonight and defer this legislation on third reading. The deferral will still be there, but what it happens if we honor the request of Councilmember Gamble, we can play out our own process. What everyone here wants is to discuss this legislation, moving forward and allowing this to go forward on second, allowing this to go before our committees will honor our process. This is Title 17 legislation. We can continue to defer this as many times as we need to, but this will allow us to honor our process that we have here, that we have created to allow us to continue to discuss this. Councilmember Gamble did state in our public connection website that anyone's able to read that Council Connect, thank you, that she wanted input from the community. And we have so many community members that came out tonight, and thank you all for coming out to share your opinions and share your truths on this legislation. She has stated that she is open to amending the legislation as appropriate, but we have to honor our process. We cannot continue to kick this down the can while our constituents are struggling to find housing. So I'm going to ask everyone to support the table in motion.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. All right, Mr. Druffel, you have 3 minutes on the clock to respond to Ms. Porterfield's tabling motion. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks. And I respect Councilor Gamble's work on this. She spent a couple of years doing this and truly appreciate all the work. But as you can hear from the voices and the meetings that I've been, our voices haven't been heard as this has occurred, right? We are hearing now that they don't understand, or if they understand, they might have different perspectives on how this will be actually delivered. When we know that there's an idea, it comes down to the delivery of that idea. We know there's barriers to that. We know that corporate housing is going to be an issue. We know gentrification is going to be an issue, as we've seen in the past. I'm saying let's slow this down for a couple meetings. When you think about how much time we've spent and where we need to go, we need a solution that's going to take the long term. With that, we need people behind that solution that's going to take the long term. We can't just simply say, hey, we got the best idea and we're going to move forward quickly. Getting the respect of our community provides a significant part of that. I think when you start to take a look at the strategic plan that we need to work on, there's a lot of questions that we still have. This provides some of the answers, but in delivering it, we know that the corporate developer is going to take this and run with it. I'm not a conspiratist, but at the same time, we got to realize and recognize the reality of what's happening. I think there's a value of slowing this down, taking the community input, asking for more community input, and then really taking that to task. Not just saying, here's the plan, what do you think? But here's the plan, what do you think? And doing something with what they say, not where we're trying to tell them. So I appreciate you deferring this, giving everybody a little bit more time for it to sink in, and let's come up with some plans and some communication. As I've heard from a lot of people here, they're interested in moving. They all see affordable housing as an issue. But I think there's this platform that we've missed of having a greater discussion on what are your thoughts? What are our neighborhood's thoughts on where that works? So I appreciate your deferral.
All right. So what is before us is a motion to table Mr. Druffel's deferral motion. Okay? This requires a simple majority of those voting, but in an abundance of caution, I am going to ask for the clerk to do a machine vote, please, a roll call vote. So if you are in favor of the motion to table, that means it will put aside, lay on the table, Mr. Druffel's deferral motion, and we will be back to Ms. Gamble's motion, okay? And if you are against the motion to table, we will simply continue debate on Mr. Druffel's deferral motion. Everybody clear? All right. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. All right, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please show the vote. Okay, the motion to table, Mr. Druffel's deferral motion, passes with 22 votes in favor, 15 against, and 0 abstentions. Okay, so what that means now is we are back again on the primary initial motion. I will restate that for purposes of debate. It is to pass the bill on second and defer its third reading, at which time it will be in our committee process to the meeting of December 4th. Okay, and we are on to continued discussion. Ms. Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of Councilmember Gamble's motion. I think it's very important, first of all, to reiterate what Councilmember Porterfield said, that we honor the process that we have in the council. I think it sets a bad precedent when we try to change the process for no real reason. We have heard that we're not listening to people in the audience, but it seems like we've already forgotten that almost an equal number of supporters spoke first for this legislation. And I think it's really easy that we seem to forget that there are people who actually support this. I would say it's pretty easy going back and forth. I do agree after hearing the comments tonight that there is a lot of confusion about what these things do, because they literally do nothing but add new zoning codes that actually exist in space. If no one ever does these new zoning codes, they don't do anything. In and of themselves, they don't do anything. They give options where someone wants an option, but if you don't want that option, it doesn't have to be used. I mean, anything that's in the code now could be used right now to change the zoning in any single family district if a council member brought it and could convince their colleagues to support it. So this is really no different than anything else that we already have. One of my colleagues earlier said that they felt like the optics would be bad if we went ahead and passed this tonight on second reading. But I think the optics are only going to be bad for those who are in opposition. Again, we forget the people who are actually here speaking in support. We all have different reasons for why we support or oppose, but there are an equal number of people who came out to speak about this, and I think we need to honor everyone. But the bottom line is, it's very important, I believe, that we follow our process. And we pass this on second tonight. We've deferred to third. We can go through the amendment process, and we all know that on third we can defer this legislation forever if that's what we choose. So I ask people to vote in support of Councilmember Gamble's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welsh. Next in the queue is Councilmember at Large, Zulfat Suara. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I wanted to make a couple of clarification. I think, again, thanks to everyone that came to speak in opposition and in support. But I think it's very important for people to understand that the motion that Councilmember Gamble made is deferring this. It's just a question of sequence. And so we still did listen to the people. And there is a deferral on the table that still allows for more discussion. It's just a question of when the deferral takes place. Listening to the people that came and spoke, and also at the town halls that I went to, I think it's important for us to also understand that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and there's a lot of misunderstanding about what this bill actually does. One thing that I heard over and over and over again is about the infrastructure. And everybody said, we want affordable housing, but we don't have the infrastructure. This bill does not allow for anything to happen until after the infrastructure study is done. Housing, planning, explain this. Oh, yes.
Members in the gallery, please don't yell out when members are speaking, please.
It's okay. I get the frustration. I understand. And people are allowed to be frustrated. This is their home, so I'm not faulting them. But what I want to say is that it's important for us to actually have the facts and to know what the bill does. That's all I'm saying. Now, until that study is done, there will be no zoning. This does not apply. This does not go into effect immediately. And it also says that even when it goes into effect, it's only if the infrastructure supports it. The planning department have said this over and over again, and I think that point is not either being made or heard. And so if the concern is about the infrastructure, please do know that as it is with this bill, that is not a concern here right now, because we will not have anything until that study is done. That's the fact. The other thing that I heard over and over again is that, okay, this is a blanket application. It's not. If a district does not want it, it will not happen. It will still have to go through the process. So nobody's changing anything right now. I just want to make sure people have the fact. Again, I get the frustration, but what I don't always like is when we conflict issues or we say the wrong things just to make a point. We should not be doing that. This does not do that. And if a council member or somebody apply for this, it will still go through the process. Someone asked if my district council person doesn't want to do it, would an at-large do it? Yes, it's possible. But in my 6 years here, I've not seen an at-large go over the will of a district council person member. So I don't want undue fears and misinformation to inform our decision. I want us to get the facts right. Yes, let's keep the conversation going. Let's have the deferral like Councilmember Gamble wants, and let's make sure we instruct and educate and let people understand. We have a housing crisis. Part of the solution is zoning, and this gives us the tool to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Councilmember Coopin. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to everyone who came out today, both in support and opposition. I know that as we said earlier, these bills affect people's everyday life. It's their home. It's their most special place. And, I take that very, very deeply. We had in 2023, the Imagine Nashville survey that looked at over 10,000 Nashvillians' feedback. And one of the findings that struck me then and strikes me tonight is that people are not just proud to be Nashvillians, but proud of their neighborhoods. They're proud of where they live, where they grow up, where they move to. The survey also showed that Nashvillians agree that we need affordable housing. My heart breaks when I hear of people working a Starbucks shift before they go to work as a teacher, before they drive hours home because they can't live in the cities that they work in. And that's unacceptable, and that's something that we absolutely have to address and fix. I know our planning department has worked tirelessly on these bills. I had concerns about one of the upcoming bills, and they heard it, and they are willing to defer it and have more time on it. So I appreciate the engagement that we've worked through. Appreciate everybody that's in support, that's fighting for affordability and affordable housing and accessibility. People should be able to live here. I also appreciate the people in opposition who want to be heard, who share their concerns, who share their desire to be listened to. And I also hear the need for infrastructure, the need for roads and traffic congestion. Please, somebody help fix the traffic congestion. I know we're working on that. And so I hear a lot more similarities than differences when I hear both groups speak. And so I thought carefully about this and how I want to vote and how I want to engage with this tonight. I kind of see two paths in both of them. I see pros and cons. I was supportive of Councilwoman Johnston's motion to defer second and then move on with third and have it go to committee. I didn't want to defer it all the way to the second meeting in December, but also Councilman Gamble's motion gets to kind of the same point, which is it's not pass second, pass third, and we're done. It's not a done deal. I was talking to someone out in the gallery earlier that normally third reading is kind of perfunctory and second reading is where we do the deep engagement. But for Title 17 zoning bills, third reading is really where we do the work. We get the committee analysis, we get the staff analysis, we get to talk in committees. So either way, with the motion that Councilman Johnston made and the motion that Councilman Gamble made, we end up with a discussion in committee on the 17th, a discussion in committee on the 3rd, and then the next vote on the 4th. So I'm going to be supporting Councilman Gamble's motion, but I want to make sure we have deep engagement again on the 17th, on the 3rd, and look at where we are on the 4th. And I want the public to keep reaching out to us. And these are really important, and I'm confident we'll get them right. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Huffman, you're recognized. Oops, sorry, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Call the question.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, there are many questions to call the question. It requires a second. This is non-debatable. It requires 2/3 of those voting. In an abundance of caution, I am going to do this by machine. If you want to support the motion to call the question, that means we will end debate and we will move to the vote. If you want debate to continue, you would vote against calling the previous question. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion to call the question prevails with 26 votes in favor, 10 against, and 0 abstentions. That means we will now move directly to the vote on the motion to approve on second with the deferral of third reading to the meeting of December 4th. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. We will also do that, colleagues, by roll call. Mr. Coupin, do you intend to vote, sir? Okay. ITS, we may have an issue with our voting tablet. It's okay. ITS is right there. Okay, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, if you would please show the vote. All right, the motion passes with 24 votes in favor, 11 against, and 3 abstentions, such that this bill has passed its second of 3 readings. The third reading has been deferred to the meeting of December 4th, and in the intervening time, per collegial discussion, with no votes, but at the meeting of November 18th, amendments, there will be some time on the agenda held to have a discussion about those as well. All right. Okay, that was our first bill on public hearing. And so now we are moving to agenda item 3. That is ordinance BL 2025-1006, sponsors Gamble, Parker, and Benedict. This is an ordinance amending chapters 17.04, 17.12, and 17.16 of the Metropolitan Code to amend the regulations pertaining to the height within single-family residential RS and 1- and 2-family residential R zoning districts, and to simplify the conditions by which 2-family dwellings may be permitted in the AG, AR2A, R80, R40, R30, R20, R15, R10, R8, R8A, R6, R6A zoning districts. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized. If folks could please keep it quiet, both on the floor and in the gallery. Go ahead, Ms. Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer the public hearing until the first meeting in December 4th, with a brief comment.
Okay. Properly second. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I am motioning to defer this bill to allow time to receive the recommendation from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission deferred their recommendation at its last meeting for further review. And so by deferring this to the December 4th meeting, we'll be able to get that recommendation before moving forward. And with that, I ask for approval.
All right. You've heard Ms. Gamble's motion to defer the second reading of this bill to the meeting of December 4th. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion before we move to the vote? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. The second reading, as well as the public hearing for this bill, is deferred to the meeting of December 4th. That is 1006. Next on our agenda is agenda item 4. This is ordinance BL 2025-1007. Sponsors Gamble, Parker, and Benedict. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 17.04, .08, .12, .16, and .36 of the Metropolitan Code to amend the regulations pertaining to detached accessory dwelling units and the detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized.
Move to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Gamble's ordinance 1007. Would all members of the public here in support of 1007 please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to 1007 please raise your hands? All right. Folks in support are recognized first to speak as part of our public hearings. Is there anyone here in the gallery in support of 1007 who seeks to be recognized to speak in support? Okay, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, pardon me. Let me turn on the mic. Go ahead. You're good.
Yes, I do want to speak in support. You know, I'm from East Nashville, moved the tornado year, you know, folks had studios that they were working out of that many of them have turned into DADUs, and also many of them have built DADUs. And I will tell you, there's no impact on the community. There's no difference in the DADUs in the back of homes and any other dwelling in the neighborhood. And I think DADUs provide a great opportunity to house more people and potentially house them at a more reasonable rate than, you know, than to buy a place. And there's just, I heard somebody talk about all the rentals that are out there. There's a lot of rentals out there, but they're not necessarily affordable. So, so anyway, I think it's possible that it might do two things: address some of the affordable and not particularly have an impact on communities. And again, it's only if you want the DADU. It's not like you're putting an DADU on there if you don't want it. It's if you want it. And I don't perceive there being a major impact on the community. So thank you for hearing me.
All right, thank you. Next, go ahead.
Hi, Manning Hall. I live in a attached dwelling unit in ADU, and it's great. I got the same roommates that I had when we were living in a single-family home, and now we have better shared space. They have a child, and now they're about to have another one, and so it's working out wonderfully. I still get to spend time with them, hang out with them, but there's more privacy for both of us. There are tens of thousands of Nashvillians that would be benefited by housing options like this. I don't think I'm going to be able to do one of these, but I know people that have literally said, hey, if this passed, I would build a DADU and you could live in it. So I don't know if I would take them up on that. What would you say? Oh, okay. But I mean, that would be pretty sweet for me personally, because it's expensive to live in Nashville. Hey, it's actually in Mr. Cap's district, so that'd be cool. But I just want to live in all the districts because Nashville's wonderful, so I'm happy to bounce around and rent wherever y'all have good deals. Yeah, I mean, I got a 2-year lease right now, so it's for a minute. Yeah, let's let people do stuff with their properties. That's pretty cool. I love to see like all the innovative stuff that people do in California with they have a much worse housing crisis there than we have here, and just seeing like the kinds of innovative DADUs they're able to build, the kind of spaces they're able to use. I really love seeing like the ways that people make prefab ones that meet all types of different needs, whether it's for the elderly and large, tubs and bathrooms that are for people that are disabled, and those for young families that are able to use a couple hundred square feet and really have room for children and family. So, thanks.
Thank you. Next, go ahead. You're recognized.
Grace Renshaw, District 24. I favor this bill, but ask that it be amended to tag DADU size to the size of a lot so that lots like mine that are a fifth of an acre aren't overwhelmed by a second structure. My neighborhood has been zoned for duplexes since its inception in the 20s, and even with small lots, 2 units per lot works fine as up-downs or duplexes, and even small DADUs, which were original to the neighborhood in the 20s and 30s. My major concern is that the 50s duplexes that now constitute the affordable housing in my neighborhood will be raised and replaced with unaffordable units. Density should not be the only goal. In addition to an unwise SDR bill that allowed unlimited permits in multifamily complexes, both rentals and condos, this council has provided over 15 years of development that has replaced smaller, more affordable homes in neighborhoods with unaffordable housing of all types in all areas of town. I ask that you stop blaming the state of Tennessee, although they certainly share the fault, for the city's failure to seriously address affordable housing. DADUs will barely make a dent in that need, which is real, and you need to move on from the market rate housing proposals on the table to actually working on true affordable housing.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in support of Bill 1007? All right, seeing none, we will move on to those wishing to speak in opposition to this legislation. If you would please come forward. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, John Berenger, District 24. I'm here on behalf of the Richland Weston Neighborhood Association. I will note for the record, we did not take a stance on the verse bill because we are focused solely on things that affect our neighborhood. This bill is different. I heard speaker after speaker, several council members talk about, we're just adding tools. We're not imposing anything. This imposes something. The current system, neighborhoods can opt in to allowing DADUs. That's the current system. A lot of neighborhoods have. You've heard about them. We have not. We don't want DADUs in our neighborhood. We took a poll, 88% of neighbors are against this bill in our neighborhood. So this is not a tool. It's not adding an option. This is being imposed on us, and we're against that. So we ask that it be withdrawn. If it's not withdrawn, deferred. At the very least, we seek an amendment that Urban Services District continue to get to opt in, like the General Services District, the current system. We've asked at meetings, we've had multiple representatives ask the Planning Commission why, what's the rationale for treating urban services districts different in that respect on the opt-in. Gotten no reasonable answer to that. We've asked it repeatedly in writing and at meetings. So we ask that there be an amendment to allow it to be opt-in for urban services like general services. At the very least, we understand there's a potential amendment to exempt historic and conservation overlay neighborhoods like ours. That's not our first option, but it'd be better than nothing. There are unique problems in historic neighborhoods, such as the closeness of the lots, the alleys. We already have issues with water pressure in our neighborhood. This would exacerbate that, parking and other issues. So we ask again that it be withdrawn or that these amendments be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Again, my name is Melissa Lockhart from District 23. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed zoning bill that expands where detached accessory dwelling units can be built and increases the size limits for these structures. The bill goes far beyond helping a few families build small backyard cottages for loved ones. It opens the door for much larger second homes to be built across wide areas of the city. And it does so without a clear justification or study of the impact on the neighborhood, parking, infrastructure, and property values. I understand the bill states DADUs cannot be used as short-term rentals and that the property owner also must live on site. that there's no realistic way for Metro to enforce that. The city simply doesn't have the staff and resource to monitor thousands of individual properties to ensure compliance. Once a detached unit is built, nothing prevents it from being quietly rented out, especially as enforcement typically happens only after neighborhood complaints. If the intent is truly to allow families to care for aging parents and relatives, that can be achieved by adding on to the existing home, not by building separate detached housing in the backyard. This expansion will fundamentally change the character and density of single-family neighborhoods and create enforcement challenges the city isn't equipped to handle. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Growth should be responsible, transparent, and supported by data, not driven by blanket zoning changes that are impossible to manage. People protect the stability and character of our single-family neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead and come on forward, please. You're recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this bill. I live in West Nashville. We have issues with flooding pretty much every time it rains. I think passing this without a proper impact study on the impervious ground that it would be taking up, all while adding traffic, parking, and changing the character of our neighborhood should not be done until you get an impact study done. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chris Remke, District 20, and I'm going to speak this time basically as what we're hearing from Save Our Nashville Neighborhoods, and we had 15 districts giving feedback on this, and the feedback varies significantly from heck no to bring it on. But there's one common denominator in that, and that is that almost all of them were concerned about the size of the DADU itself, so I don't know what kind of amendments are being talked about. Others, I can tell you there's a lot of variations on where people want them and how they want them, and we don't understand why I don't understand how amendments occur, but we feel like this is a good candidate for some kind of overlay process that allows you to deal with each of these neighborhoods or communities or whatever that group may be, that allows you to work within those, because to us it's very clear almost by district what those desires are. So we would appreciate that being honored through some form of look. Another issue that I think may be important is that corporate ownership that I was talking about earlier is buying up Nashville. Literally in Rutherford County, in one census district, they already own 19% of a district, of a whole census tract. That's a lot. Right now, it's happening in Antioch, it's happening in Madison. This is a real issue because they're competing with cash and they're competing with each other. People don't stand a chance competing with that. That's what's causing affordability, the explosion for the inflation. But ultimately, we've got an issue of what happens when those corporations own the property with a DADU. If the corporation is owning that DADU and they're supposed to be the primary resident, how's that managed? So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. You're recognized.
Thank you, John Summers, 5000 Wyoming, District 24. This is a good example of why the public doesn't trust you, because we had an agreement with the sponsor of the DADU ordinance that for those neighborhoods in the single family neighborhoods that wanted it, you have an overlay process. You're now going to force it on everybody. So despite what you're saying tonight by just passing zone text, you're actually by right giving everybody the chance to build a second dwelling on their property. So really with this bill, you are eliminating single family zoning. But it won't be affordable. It's going to be market. And we could not enforce the restrictions that we put on short-term rentals in this council. The previous councils have gone through great lengths to try to do an enforcement. Your restrictions for these not to be short-term rentals, it's not going to get enforced. So there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences here. You're not solving the affordability issue, all you're doing is undermining the fabric of our neighborhoods that we fought really, really hard to establish. And now we've upped the number of people you can have non-related into a unit to 5. I mean, where's the infrastructure they're going to be to support when we add all this density, assuming it gets built, because it's not cheap to build a DADU for sure. But I've never seen, quite frankly, a council that's as anti-neighborhood as I see this council. You may disagree with me, but that's my perspective, and I'm not the only one that has that perspective. And there's going to be a lot of fallout from this. There's going to be a lot of fights in neighborhoods over zoning. You're going to get a lot of requests and a lot of fights over those requests, and you're not solving the affordability issue. You're not solving the affordability issue. Thank you.
Right, next, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Logan Key, Coalition for National Neighborhoods. I live in the 6th District. I'm not going to preach this time, I promise. I do want to elaborate briefly on one thing that Mr. Remke said earlier. This is crucial. If owner occupancy is part of any text in the code, then you're going to deal somehow, some way with corporate ownership of the property, and you're not going to like the outcome. If that gets litigated and goes to the Supreme Court, you are not going to like the outcome, because if you have anything that refers to owner occupancy and it's corporation owned, then it's not going to come out in your favor. It's not going to come out in the neighborhood's favor. You've got to address that thoughtfully. This also, I think, promotes excessive land speculation, especially on lots that you and I would already characterize as part of that missing middle that I would argue is not really missing as much as it's often portrayed. But you're going to see modest-sized homes bought up by corporate ownership or not, torn down in favor of a larger home and a large DADU that's going to, I think, cut against that missing middle that so many people are advocating for. I live in a district that already has DADUs. You've got tools on the table now to put DADUs by right. I hear frequently, well, I'm the district council member. I can have anything upzoned. Then do it and put it in R, because you can have DADUs in R right now. The tools are there on the table. I think STR enforcement, vacation rental enforcement, is going to be quite difficult. As Mr. Summers said earlier, it's very difficult to enforce now. It's going to be more difficult on these large lots with these rather obstructed DADUs in the back to enforce those rules. And I also think it's risky to create different land use standards within a single zoning code in USD versus GSD. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed for 1007, and it is back to Sponsor Gamble for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval of the substitute ordinance that is on for this.
If you could please just move approval first,
Okay.
And there's a second. Now you can move the substitute.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the substitute with a brief comment. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank everyone who spoke about this bill. This is one that I've been having discussions with residents in District 3 since 2022. And yes, DADUs are allowed with the overlay in our zoning, but I experienced firsthand how that is an issue for people who may need a DADU, whether it's for renting it out to be able to afford to stay in their primary residence, or for an aging parent or an adult child. I had a man in my district who lost his wife. It was on a fixed income and was trying to figure out how he was going to afford to stay in his primary residence. He lived in a RS 20 zoning district, so a residential single-family zoning district that does not allow DADUs currently. We had community meetings. Fortunately, he lived close to a corridor, close to Dickerson Road, and right next door to him was a structure that was zoned Office General. It's a four-unit apartment building. So because he lived close to the corridor and had other zoning around him. The community supported his rezoning to R zoning, two-family zoning, in order to build another structure. And planning supported it because of that. But not everybody lives close to a corridor or has other zoning around them that might need a DADU for a loved one, a aging parent, or a child, adult child coming back home. So this bill provides that option for people who need it. Not everybody will need it. We know from our own data, which all of these bills are data-driven. There's a data-driven approach for all of these bills, but we know from data that the DADU overlay adopted in North Nashville in 2021, since 2021, has only produced six permits for DADUs out of 1,200 parcels eligible. So out of 1,200 parcels eligible in North Nashville that have this DADU overlay, only 6 permits since 2021 have been issued. So this is not something that is going to cause major traffic, major concern. The same thing in East Nashville, same thing, 10 permits out of 900 parcels that are eligible. So the fear that this is going to mean everybody's going to be building DADUs, it's going to cause all this parking and traffic concerns have just not been seen. We don't have the evidence of that. And for that reason, we need to make this option available for people who need it. So I ask for approval of the substitute, which also includes feedback from the community. We heard the community when you said we did not need to allow short-term rental or owner-occupied short-term rental in the DADUs. This substitute prohibits short-term rental in the in new DADUs and single-family zoning. So for those reasons, I ask that we pass this today and then defer the third reading to the December 4th meeting, just like we did 1005. With that, thank you.
Okay. All right. So we are just presently on the motion to substitute at this juncture. Is there any discussion? You've heard an explanation of Ms. Gamble on the motion to substitute. Ms. Sepulveda, are you wanting to speak on the motion to substitute? Johnston, Huffman, Cash, anybody on this motion to substitute? Mr. Bradford, no. Mr. Parker, yes. Okay, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to the sponsor for bringing this substitute forward. The only thing I just wanted to flag, I'm supportive of the substitute. I just wanted to flag that the language around the STRP prohibition, it says new DADUs constructed or converted. I don't really see that language like elsewhere in the code. Usually it's like, on an effective date. Like maybe we want to look at that and just revisit that language to say, do we want to say new? Because that makes sense in the context of passing this legislation today, but this is something that if it passed, it would live in the code forever, and it seems like an awkward phrasing. So maybe we want to look at doing a date there or something. Just wanted to flag that, but I'm in support of the substitute. Thank you.
Righty. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay. Any abstaining? All right. Ms. Gamble, just in an abundance of caution, I want to go back to you. The substitute is on the bill. If you would renew your motion to approve, because you also had the deferral piece in there, so if you could just re-articulate your motion, please. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move, now that we've gotten the substitute on the bill, I'd like to move the substitute for approval with the deferral of third reading to the December 4th meeting.
Oh, okay. It's properly moved and seconded. There is a motion to approve on second as substituted with a deferral of third reading to the meeting of December 4th. And so we are on to discussion on that. Next in the queue is Councilmember Sepulveda. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I know everyone's tired and we've heard from a lot of people, but I do want to give a perspective, and I think it's important to give. And I know people are going to be tired of me consistently repeating this, but until we have more renters on the council and continue to have younger council members represented here, I think it's important that I state this. My district is the most diverse in the entire county, and I just looked it up to make sure, and it is true. The median age is 27, which tends to be younger than most of the other districts, with the median income being 51,000, just a little bit over that, which means that 21% of my district is below the poverty line. My district also has a plurality of Latinos in it. My district has multi-generational households. That means that we are living on top of each other. So a DADU is something that would benefit my district. When you have grandparents, aunts, uncles, at one point, and I probably shouldn't say this, there were 10 of us living in one house at one time. And that's a lot of people, right? That is a lot of people. And we made it work because we had to. That's just what we had to do. And my story is not unique. That is what people in my neighborhoods, people that I grew up with, had to do. So when I say that this is important, it's important because somebody asked me for this, for a DADU overlay, when I got elected my second term. That is one of the first things that they asked me for. So I'm going to be voting for this. And I think that we need to take a step back and think of some of the parts of town that are going to need this. And I think that we need to consider renters. We need to consider young people. We need to consider these multi-generational households, because there are more people that need this that aren't here tonight. We were just talking about people who have lost their SNAP benefits. We're just talking about doing away with the bus fare so people could get to their jobs. People couldn't make it here tonight. Ms. White was talking about all of the people that she represents for Metro that couldn't be here tonight. Those voices we didn't hear. So I want to uplift that and remind us that there are people here that we represent that need this. And so I'm going to be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Ms. Johnston. You're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move my amendment, please.
All righty.
The Amendment 2, I think, is how it's listed.
Okay. There is a motion to amend with Amendment 2. Is there a second? Okay, it's properly seconded. Can you describe what the amendment does, please, ma'am?
Yes. So I am in support of the idea of this. In fact, I was planning on having a conversation with my Crieve Hall neighborhood about adding an overlay. There are challenges with adding an overlay as it stands right now in the code. It's really restrictive and difficult to do. And so I see the value in them. My concern, and I think my concerns were echoed with a lot of council members because they even put it into the planning's staff recommendation to allow for this, is that the size, I think, was a little aggressive. When we go to 1,200 square feet, that's a house. You know, that's really kind of the size of my house that I lived in for a long time. And if I was to put, which I could with the current bill, put a DADU in the back of my house that looks exactly like my house, because I have a walkout basement. And so I think that's not what the point is. The point is for it to be an accessory dwelling unit so that we can have, is it rental income, whatever. So what this does is moves the minimum of $850 and the maximum of $1,200 back down to $700 and $850, depending on the square footage of the lot, right? So they want it to be scalable. I agree with that. So below 10,000 square feet of a lot, your DADU can be up to 700 square feet, not to exceed the size of the main home. Over 10,000 square feet can be up to 850 square feet, not to exceed the size of the home. Correct? I'm getting a nod from Lisa. Yes. And so that way we're filling a need there, but we are not effectively making it a second, like literally an R zoning, because that really is getting rid of single family zoning when you can put a 1,200 square foot house in the back. So I was just listening to constituent concerns, listening to other council member concerns. We want to have that accessory use, but it needs to be accessory. And so that's what my amendment does, and I hope that you support it.
All right, so we are on to discussion of the motion to amend with Amendment 2. You've heard a description of that amendment. The queue has not changed much, so I'm just going to kind of go down and make sure that, so Mr. Huffman, you're not seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend. Mr. Cash, are you seeking to be recognized? Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to talk about the motion to amend, yes.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about something about the deferral too, but, if I'm allowed to, but.
No, we're just on the motion to amend at this juncture.
I generally, I think I support this at this point. I want to study it. And I think there are three things that the main DADU bill after including the one that we just substituted, change. I mean, right now we have the overlay tool. This, and the new bill basically removes the overlay tool in the USD. It removes the alley requirement, which I think, at least for me, is the biggest restrictive element that is, I think, something that Councilmember Johnston referred to. And then there's the size. And I kind of feel like I want to talk about this more. I feel like I want two of those to remain, and I feel like the removing of the alley is the most important. But if we're going to keep the sizes where they're bigger, I kind of feel like that does feel more like a rezone from RS to R. And if we're going to do that, then maybe we should look at keeping the tool. So I think at this point I am in favor of going back down to the 700 and 850. But I do appreciate the discussion and glad that we have a couple of meetings to continue to research this. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. So with the queue being established, I think for the initial motion, if folks who are in the queue seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend could just raise your hand so I can kind of judge it against the queue. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's quite a few of you. Okay, so I'm going to maintain the order of the queue here. Okay. And so first in the queue that still seeks to be recognized for purposes of the motion to amend is Councilmember Parker. You're recognized, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think there may be merits to this discussion. I have a strong preference that we take these kind of questions about specifics and numbers and whatnot through the committee process. I think kind of the minutia of the bill is better debated in that context where we can have kind of back and forth with our experts from the planning department that are going to join us for that. I'm happy to have a debate about 7 versus 750 versus 850 versus 12 versus 11, but I don't think the floor prior to having committee consideration of this legislation or any amendments is the appropriate place. So I'll be voting no on this amendment, and I look forward to considering it at committee.
All right. Next in the queue, seeking to be recognized for discussion on the amendment, Councilmember Evan Siegel.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess first, point of order, can you move to defer a motion to amend?
You may.
I would like to move.
No, wait. I'm sorry. Special Counsel Darby, point of order. And her question is, can you move to,
Can you defer a motion to amendment?
Yeah, you're just going to need to vote it up or down.
Okay.
I apologize. But Ms. Darby, do you want to opine on that?
Yeah, if a motion to defer at this moment would take the entire bill. It would be a deferral of the entire bill.
Oh, that's already, I think, been made effectively. I guess I would ask if the sponsor of the amendment would consider withdrawing her motion. I think, consistent with my colleague, I think it would be really helpful to be able to have a conversation in committee about this. I lived in a DADU for 3 years, so I'm very familiar with the size of DADUs. My DADU was 25 feet by 25 feet, so it was a whopping 625 square feet, roughly. It had at one point, because it was a college town, been converted actually to 2 units, which is not what we're talking about, but so combined would hit that sort of 1,200 threshold square feet, but only have 2 bedrooms if you were to combine it, but it had been chopped. It was deeply affordable, and it allowed me to graduate law school with very little debt relative to a lot of people who go to law school. So I believe in DADUs being an affordable solution, but I think it would be really helpful if we could talk about the size issue and why the size was recommended as to what it should be and what the council member is proposing. There are also a lot of DADUs around my neighborhood, and so I'm pretty familiar with the sizes of DADUs as they're allowed now. And I would ask that she consider withdrawing it so that we can have this conversation in committee.
All right, Ms. Johnston, I'll let you respond to that.
I'll withdraw with the intent to have this discussion at the committee meeting that Mr. Horton is going to lead here in 2 weeks, and then we'll offer it
Okay.
December 4th.
I appreciate that, Ms. Johnson. Thank you. Okay, so the motion to amend with Amendment 2 has been withdrawn for now. Again, these can be taken up later for subsequent discussion. So where we are then is we are back on the motion to approve as substituted on second with a deferral of third reading to December 4th. Okay? Mr. Huffman, you're now at the top of the queue for that. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the sponsor's intentions to pass this on second and defer third reading. I think that that is a smart way to go about this. I do want to highlight a scenario that I've ran into in my district since I've been elected. So District 14 is a very middle-class area of Nashville. We've got several neighborhoods that were built on the growth of New Nashville in the early 60s. In particular, we have two neighborhoods that I would consider single-family, that everybody in this room would consider single-family. And in those homes, we see people that have lived there literally since the inception of the neighborhood. Also in those homes, in a lot of instances, we see the children of these people. And it really brings something home to me with this that I think that we're missing, that my colleague, Councilmember Sepulveda, really touched on. And that is that we're really one of the only developed countries that doesn't appreciate having family close to us. And it's always bothered me to an extent because I'm 5 hours from home. My dad's gone, but my mom's still here. And I would love to have her in my backyard in a DADU. I'd love to be able to offer that to a lot of my constituents as well. I had a particular constituent that reached out to me last year wanting to rezone their property because they went to planning outside of me and they indicated that, yeah, they've got to rezone it in order to build a relatively modest home. With this, technically, yeah, they could move forward with a DADU, and their daughter, who is priced out of Nashville, like many people are in my generation and below, would have an affordable option. Honestly, I don't think this legislation goes far enough. I think personally, DADUs need to be legal throughout the whole county. I'll say that on the record. I don't think we need to be telling property owners what they should do with their property. If you've got the room and you've got the will, I have no issue with it. Because to cite the sponsor, in North Nashville, we didn't see a mass move to build DADUs. That doesn't exist. They are built by the need. And that is something that we really need to take into account with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Next in the queue is Councilmember Hancock. Ms. Hancock, do you seek to be recognized? Okay. Go ahead. No, you don't. Okay. Councilmember Cortez, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to stand in support of the sponsor's deferral and the bill. And I do want to say, if you have an aging parent, who has the right to tell you you cannot build a structure on your property to house them? If you have a child who is struggling financially, who has the right to tell you you cannot build a structure on your property to house them? If you want to help a community member in need, Who has the right to tell you you cannot build a structure on your property to help them? I don't think anyone has that right. And I second my colleague, Mr. Huffman's comment that I think this should be legal across the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Mr. Cash, do you seek to be recognized? This is a different motion at this juncture.
It is a different motion,
Go
and
ahead,
it
sir.
includes the deferral, correct?
It does, sir. It is a motion to approve as substituted on second with a deferral of third reading to December 4th.
Yep, I am generally supportive of the bill, and just like there's some stuff I want to work through. I mentioned it before. I think I really wouldn't talk about some of the things that I like for us to look at in between now and when it's up again, and including the committee meeting. The state has tied our hands when it comes to some types of short-term rental enforcement, when it comes to noises and stuff like that. It's really tough because you have to take the person to court and you have to have 3 dings against them, right? Our codes department, I think, has a pretty good record of finding short-term rentals on all the platforms that are not permitted and enforcing that part. But I do think to reassure some, I think it's important. That's one of the things we can look at and have either testimony or reporting on. And remember that our DADUs in our properties are allowed. It's a 2-family property lot, so DADU is allowed, and short-term rentals are allowed in our properties. But the RS that we're dealing with in this legislation and the previous overlay legislation, it's generally not allowed. And now with the substitute, thankfully, from planning, it's not allowed. I talked about and also just a question, we got warned earlier about corporate ownership and DADUs. That might be something we want to look into. I know that I've had folks that LLCs that got worked up because they couldn't get an STR permit because they were an LLC, not an individual. So looking into that and kind of having some answers to those questions. And so those are some of the things I'd like for us to investigate and talk about in the next 2 meetings. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Prep-T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this motion because I think that given the number of substitutes and amendments that have been filed with this bill, that we are very close to what our communities are asking us for. And so I believe that we are very close. I am looking forward to continue to engaging in this legislative process. Likewise, I think that this will provide an ample opportunity for members of the public to be able to delve deeper into all the amendments and substitutes that have been filed on this particular bill. I know our amendments package was released yesterday. And so providing the voting public to be able to digest this information and be able to come back to our subsequent meetings to be able to provide further input, I think is incredibly beneficial. So for those reasons, I'll be voting in support of this.
All righty. Councilmember Bradford, do you seek to be recognized? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I am standing in support of the deferral because I do agree with what has been said before. The amendments came out yesterday. We as a body and the public need time to digest those amendments and have discussion on those amendments. As far as passing on second, I'm supportive of that because of a situation that occurred in my district a couple years ago. All of us ran for office because we wanted to do good. We wanted to help our constituents. And when we face situations where we are blocked, whether it's through legislation or other actions, and cannot help, I don't know about y'all, but it makes me feel like crap that I cannot help someone in my district who is asking for help. This particular situation, property owner had an aging parent in another state that they wanted to move closer to them so that they could help keep an eye on them. But this parent was still willing and able to be somewhat independent. So there was a comment about why not just add on to someone's house? Some folks may still want to have a little bit of independence, but still be close to their family. And that's why I'm supporting the DADUs, the expansion through the county, Because by doing this, we are allowing families, whether it's an aging parent, whether it's a child growing up and coming home from college, it's giving them the opportunity to have an affordable place to live, to provide an additional source of income for the family, but still provide that separation that our older parents, our older populations want, and that our younger generation wants as well. So because of that situation that occurred in my district where he wanted to do a DADU, but when I reached out to planning department about it, I was told because it's not in the urban zoning overlay and his property is not on a major corridor, he couldn't subdivide because of the zoning, because of location, we couldn't even look at doing accessory dwelling unit. And so that is why I'm supporting this, because I'm listening to my constituents. I'm listening to the problems they are having. And I'm using that to determine my vote. So I'm hoping that we can continue to work on this and pass this, because this is something that our constituents want and need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. And last in the queue is Councilmember Taylor. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It is true that everyone that spoke about North Nashville, I just wanted to confirm that. Not many DADUs have been built. I did 2 overlays in North Nashville, very large swaths of land, and we haven't seen that. And one of the things I want to point out is why I was a huge fan of DADUs. You can only imagine the numbers of calls that some of us in the urban core get to rezone property, specifically for tall and skinnies or different things of that nature. My community is staying firm to say, hey, we don't want those in many of these places that we live. And I've listened. One way to add density is with a DADU. It helps keep the character of the community. Typically, in my district, they have to be off of alleys. And so typically you can't see it from the roadway. However, when it comes to adding these DADUs, when those developers call and say, well, we've got an opportunity now for you to put 2 units on a lot. One only has to be 700 square feet, though, within the DADU. The other can be proportionate to the property. And so with that, it's helped me to kind of curb some of those asks, as well as keep density moving in Nashville, but also give an opportunity for community character to stand firm in the communities that have asked for that. And we haven't seen a lot of movement on it. I mean, it's been for several years, and last term, 2021, is when I started to introduce these. And we haven't seen a lot of movement. Not many people open their door. There's even been new developments that haven't added these. And so over the years, will we see these grow like we're thinking now? I'm hopeful to see them grow over the years, but immediately, I don't think we'll see a number of DADUs continuing to pop up everywhere. From my personal experience in my council district, it hasn't happened. So, thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Councilman Taylor. All right. With no one else seeking to be recognized for discussion, we will try this by voice. Again, it's a motion to approve as substituted on second reading with deferral of 3rd to December 4th. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Margaret, remind me. It's a voice vote, y'all, and it's second reading, and, it's all good. Anybody abstaining? Okay. The ayes have it. This has passed. Its second reading is substituted, and third reading will be deferred to December 4th. Okay? All right. Moving on to agenda item 5 and 6. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Bradford. Agenda item 5 is ordinance BL 2025-1022. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by amending a specific plan on property located at 3325 McGavock Pike, approximately 550 feet southwest of Murfreesboro Pike. This is 6.01 acres to permit 71 multifamily residential units. And again, its companion, agenda item 6, ordinance number 1023, which requires requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Bradford's companion bills 1022 and 1023. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Would all members here of the public in opposition please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the members here or the persons here in support seek to be recognized to speak? They are shaking their head no, Councilman Bradford. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on these bills.
Thank you. Move for approval with brief comment.
All right, there is a motion to approve 1022 and its companion 1023. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So what this is going to do is it's going to take property off of Murfreesboro Pike that has been sitting vacant for years, that we've received numerous complaints over the years of homeless camps and issues, and actually build and create over 70 units of much needed workforce housing. The property owners own adjacent office space next door. So they've been a part of this community for decades, and building this type of housing on a major corridor like Murfreesboro Pike, one of our most used routes on WeGo, I think is a win-win for everybody. It gives us a housing, it puts it on a major corridor so that they can utilize our public transit system. And with that, I ask for my colleagues' approval.
All right. There's a motion to approve 1022 and 1023 on second of three readings. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. Those have passed their second of three readings. Next is Agenda Item 7, Ordinance BL 2025-1087, Sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to RM9 in S zoning for property located at Old Hickory Boulevard unnumbered, approximately 249 feet east of Ferris Avenue. This is 1.44 acres. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Could we open the public hearing, please?
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Hancock's Ordinance 1087. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Councilmember Hancock, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I would like to defer this to the meeting in January.
Okay, Councilmember Hancock has made a motion to defer. So the public hearing is closed. So you just want to defer the second reading.
Yeah, with a brief comment, please.
Okay. Second reading to the January meeting. Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, go ahead.
So we've recently discovered there might be a state endangered streamside salamander there. They're very hardy, and as long as we don't do construction during the time that they're actively in eggs or bedded down, they'll probably survive. So what we'd like to do is do a site visit with MWS, the salamander scientist that I know from Tennessee Wildlife and Fisheries, and hopefully the developers that are doing this, so that we can check it out, see what it looks like, and then determine like when it would be safe to move forward.
All right. Nobody had salamanders on their bingo card, I don't think, but
I do have a blotter if you did.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. Councilmember Hancock's motion to defer second reading to the meeting in January is properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this will be back on second reading at the January meeting. Okay, Agenda Item 8, Ordinance BL 2025-1088, Sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending a portion of a specific plan on property located at 6100 Robertson Avenue at the northwest corner of Vernon Avenue and Robertson Avenue. This is zoned SP. It is 0.84 acres to permit additional non-residential uses. Councilmember Horton, Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. I declare the public hearing open on Councilmember Horton's Bill 1088. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no, Chair Horton. And so with that, I will close the public hearing, and it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill on its second of 3 readings? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is passed its second reading. Next are agenda items 9 and 10. They are companions to each other, sponsor styles. The first is ordinance BL 2025-1089. The second, -1090. 1089 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by amending an SP for property located at 3839 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 277 feet north of Old Hickory Boulevard. This is 65.32 acres and located within the Murfreesboro Pike overlay or design overlay, UDO, district to permit a mixed-use development. And again, it's companion, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Lord, my mind just went blank.
Do you wish to open the public hearing?
Those were the words.
Okay, no worries. It is 10:45 at night and our bodies think it's 11:45, so we're hanging in there. I declare the public hearing open on Councilmember Stiles' bills 1089 and 1090. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Stiles, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on these bills.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, there's a motion to approve both bills. It's properly seconded. Go ahead, ma'am.
So this is the SP for the Old Starwood property. So we are going to have some restaurants, some retail on Murfreesboro Road. We're going to have a performance venue that also has rehearsal space for artists. And then we will have housing. We will have 55 plus townhomes, cottages, 4-bedroom and 5-bedroom homes on this site, as well as a few acres are dedicated to commercial. And so this is a wonderful opportunity to revitalize Murfreesboro Road in that segment of Antioch. So with that, I just move for approval.
All righty. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve 1089 and 1090? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 11, ordinance BL 2025-1091, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for properties located at 510 Neelys Bend Road, approximately 262 feet west of Neelys Chase Drive, 1.72 acres. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Hancock's Bill 1091. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or to speak? Do you wish to speak?
She's shaking her head no.
Okay.
Or maybe.
I just wanted to be clear, you do not want to speak. Is that correct? Okay. Seeing the person here in support having affirmed that they do not wish to speak, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move to approve, please.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, next is agenda item 12, ordinance BL 2025-1092, sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 in the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from R8 to MULANS zoning for property located at 5701 Robertson Avenue. This is located on the corner of Robertson Avenue and Midland Avenue. This is 2.30 acres. Councilmember Horton, Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Horton's Bill 1092. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? Okay. Hearing that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Horton, for a motion.
Thank you. Move for approval, please.
All right. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay. Okay, we may have a quorum issue. Hang on. Please hold. Members, if you are within my earshot, I would ask with respect to the folks who are here for a public hearing and have stayed so very late tonight, at a minimum, let's please try to get through this public hearing. Okay. We have restored quorum. We have quorum. Excellent. Okay. Where were we? We had a motion to approve. There was no further discussion. We were moving to the vote, correct? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Okay, we are getting close on public hearing. A lot of these have companions. So agenda items 13 and 14, sponsor Harrell. These are companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2025-1093 and 1094. 1093 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 2334 Hobson Pike and Hobson Pike unnumbered, approximately 808 feet west of Smith Springs Parkway. This is 9.37 acres. To permit 105 multifamily residential units, and 1094, its companion, requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings in 1093. Councilmember Harrell, you are recognized, sir. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, I would like to open public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Harrell's bills 1093 and 1094. Would all members of the public here in support of these ordinances please raise your hands? Okay. Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these ordinances please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or to speak, they are all shaking their heads no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on these bills.
I'll like to move forward with approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on 1093 and 1094? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these have passed their second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 15 and 16. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Vo. 15 is ordinance BL 2025-1095, and agenda item 16 is 1096. 1095 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from R6 MULANS and IWD to SP zoning for various properties located south of Hart Street along 1st Avenue South, 2nd Avenue South, and Andrew T. Whitmore Street, located at the corner of 1st Avenue South and Hart Street. This is 5.79 acres and partially within the Wedgwood-Houston Chestnut Hill Urban Design Overlay. And 1096 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Vo's bills 1095 and 1096. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the gentleman here in support and others, persons, all, seek to be recognized or to speak? They are all shaking their head no. We appreciate your patience. And with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. Ms. Vo, it's back to you for a motion on these bills.
Great. Can I move to approve with just a really brief comment?
Indeed, you may. There's a motion to approve 1095 and 1096 together in a consolidated motion and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And I just wanted to let everyone know, I'm so excited about this project, and I do want to thank, the developer, and of course, waiting all this time, but the community and just working on this project. It will have right under 400 units. It will have live, work units included, and it has space that's privately managed but public use. It's going to have a dog park. There's going to be a sportsplex that has basketball and pickleball and bocce, and I think that was, the great work with community, listening to the churches, and I'm just so grateful. And it's really exciting to see this and to get all the support from the community. So just want to take that moment to thank everyone for all their hard work and community involvement.
Thank you. All right. You've heard a description of this bill from Councilmember Vo. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these bills have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 17, Ordinance BL 2025-1097, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 908 Hospital Drive, approximately 212 feet east of Kinsey Boulevard. This is 0.34 acres. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Hancock's Bill 1095. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized or speak? He is shaking his head no. And so with that, Ms. Hancock, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 18 and 19. They are companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2025-1098 and 1099, sponsor Harrell. 1098 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 4326 Maxwell Road, approximately 150 feet south of Trailwater Drive. This is 3.8 acres to permit 36 multifamily residential units, and 1099 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings in 1098. Vice Chair Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Harrell's bills 1098 and 1099. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you very much. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Okay. I'm seeing folks here in opposition. Given that, would those persons here in support seek to be recognized and speak? Okay. Folks in support will speak first. Go ahead, sir. You are recognized.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jody Roberts. I'm the developer at 4326 Maxwell Road. The current zoning is RS10, a total of 3.8 acres. In February of 2025, I met with Councilman Harrell and the neighborhood group, and I proposed a rezone of the property from RS10 to RM15 for a total of 55 townhomes. The neighborhood group gave back great feedback. They asked if I would rezone the property to an SP with less density. So on June 12th, I presented my site plan to Metro Planning Commission to rezone the property to an SP with a total of 40 townhomes. Neighborhood group had some more suggestions. They requested a reduction of density, larger landscape buffer, also wanted tree preservation, and wanted more housing options. So it was deferred, and I went back to Metro Planning and presented a new site plan. We reduced the overall density from 40 to 36. We increased the landscape buffer from 20 feet to 30 feet. We agreed to conduct a tree survey and a preservation plan for the existing trees. And also we had housing diversity. We modified the homes that face Maxwell Road to single detached family houses and 30 townhomes. All 7 planning commissioners unanimously approved this plan. They commended myself and the neighbors for working together. This site is located within the suburban neighborhood evolving policy area. The proposed plan is consistent with the T3NE policy goal to allow for higher density with greater housing choice.
Next, we're still on support, correct? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Preston Ayer. I am the civil engineer on the project. Myself and Jody and the owners have worked closely with Metro Planning to develop this plan. We're proposing 9 units per acre density, which matches the neighborhood evolving community character district. As we move into design, we'll be working with Metro Water Services for obtaining the grading permits, which will include stormwater mitigation measures for water quality and quantity. This site will mostly be a fill site, so no blasting will be required. Metro standard street widths and cul-de-sac will be utilized to provide adequate emergency vehicle access. There'll be 2 new fire hydrants that'll serve the community. There will be a public sidewalk that will be installed along the property frontage with Maxwell Road, as well as sidewalks that will be provided throughout the site. We're proposing 96 parking spaces for the 36 townhomes, or 2.7 spaces per unit, and we thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am, you're next.
Hello, I'm Sharon Sylvester, the owner of 4326 Maxwell Road. We bought my dream home about 35 years ago, and at the time it was a dead-end street. There was no houses around us, just a small farm, a horse farm across the street. Over the years, it has drastically changed. There's now houses all around us with lots and lots of subdivisions. But we welcomed the neighbors because we knew Nashville was growing and people needed homes to live in. Now, my husband and I are getting older. He's retired, and I'm approaching that. Our children are grown. We've grown and married. We no longer need a big home anymore, and we desperately need to downsize. I ask you, and plus with the increase of property taxes, we just simply can't afford it anymore. We really need to downsize. And so I'm asking you to vote and approve this zoning change so that we can downsize, but also so that we can help you take one small step forward in achieving your goal of diversified homes at an affordable price.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking to be recognized in support? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm Sharon's better half, Steve Sylvester.
She might debate that. I don't know. Go ahead, sir.
God blessed us with our dream home over 30 years ago. And it's been wonderful to raise our kids. We had no homes, no buildings around us. I signed easement for the developer to build alongside our property. And we welcomed it. And I used to get on my four-wheeler and go down to Percy Priest Lake and go fishing, go hunting. You can't do that now. There's 400 houses out front of us. There's multi-family homes behind us. We're surrounded. We got one little 4-acre plot in the middle of all these houses. And you all planned that. You approved that. And so I'm asking you to approve this, and so that this property can be a blessing to 36 other families. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else seeking to be recognized in support? Seeing none, we'll move on to opposition. Go ahead and come forward, please. All right, you're recognized.
Hi, everybody. I am Carlene Castleman. This proposed plan is literally in my backyard. And I bought my home on Trailwater Drive 7 years ago because it was on a dead-end street in a nice, quiet, safe neighborhood. But since then, and especially within the last 4 years, 821 single-family homes have been built within a half of a mile of my home. So what comes with that is crime and those related issues, which have exploded in the neighborhood, making it unsafe, especially after dark. So there's been no upgrades to schools or roads or emergency services. And this really small area is overloaded, and us residents are paying the price. This plan increases crime, stress, noise, risk, safety issues, all with zero benefits to the people who already live there. So what you're being asked is to approve a project that basically destroys the livelihood of 13 families to house 36. And that puts more pressure on the systems already at or beyond capacity. 50 or more families have written to the commission, attended meetings, met with Councilman Harrell, who we adore, and well over 500 people have signed the petition in opposition. So everyone in the neighborhood, except for the family who is trying to sell that property, the Sylvesters who just spoke, is opposed to this plan. So please understand that this far southeast corner of Antioch, we don't have the capacity to accommodate any more units. Thank you guys for hearing me out. I know it's super late, and we appreciate you taking our concerns under consideration.
For being here. Go ahead, come forward. You're next.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Dawn. I actually live at Trailwater Drive, which the property that you're talking about is in my backyard as well. Reiterate everything that she just said. A little bit of the issue I have is our schools right now. All of the schools that those kids would be zoned for are at capacity. The JFK, the Antioch High School, and Mountain View. They're actually over capacity at this point and had to take JFK's fifth graders. So, I mean, we've already got an issue of, being at capacity or over capacity for these schools, and there are going to be kids coming in on these situations. The other thing that we have a problem with is the other 800 some odd homes that they've built have been 3 to 4 on an acre. Now we're looking at 9 an acre. It's a big jump. It just doesn't flow aesthetically with what we currently have, and we would really like for it to flow completely. As Cece has said, we are having some issues with the increase in crime. Actually just witnessed a crime happen on Halloween night in one of the surrounding subdivisions on Halloween while the trick-or-treaters were out. We're just looking to minimize some of this and maybe not have so much density in a small area. But I do feel for the family trying to sell their house, because when we bought our house, it's been our dream house. And of course, we're raising our last child there. So it's been a good situation, but if you guys can just reconsider everything, the amendment or the petition that was signed and the complaints that have come in. And a lot of our other constituents could not come in because of disabilities, age, things like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you, Councilmember Harrell, for a motion on these bills.
I want a motion to move. I'll make a motion with a brief comment. So I've been.
I apologize. Is it a motion to approve, sir?
A motion approved.
Okay, got it.
With deferment of third reading to the second meeting in December.
Okay, so there is a motion to approve on second reading with a deferral of third reading to the second meeting in December?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, got it, and it's seconded. Go ahead.
So I've been working with the community to make this as palatable as possible. For that, we know for the area that there's a concern in housing, but also for the neighbors that are the nearest to this development, they have shared concerns, and there is an active petition still currently. I like to think there's a way that we can make this win for both the community and the developer. However, if not, we'll move forward accordingly. But I would like to take the time to have a final meeting of both groups just to see what is the final outcome of this.
All righty. You've heard Councilmember Harrell's motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, these bills have passed their second of 3 readings, and the third reading will be at the second meeting in December. All right, let's see. We have 2 more items on public hearing, and then Ms. Stiles, I'm going to come back to you before we move into consent on that previous bill. All righty, agenda item 20, ordinance BL 2025-1103, sponsors Cap, Taylor, Toombs, and Horton. This is an ordinance approving amendment number 1 to the Cayce Place redevelopment plan and amendment number 2 to the Jefferson Street redevelopment plan. Councilmember Cap, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Cap's ordinance 1103. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance, please raise your hand? All right, would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Councilmember Cap, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I need committee reports?
Let's see. Pardon? It did go to committee. And so for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Councilmember Toombs, please. This is Councilmember Cap's 1103 regarding the Cayce Place redevelopment district amendment.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And Chair Horton for the report of the Planning and Zoning. For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee regarding 1103, sir. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't know what is happening up here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to approve, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. With those committee reports in, now it's back to you, Mr. Cap.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
All right. There is a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This has passed its second reading. Next is agenda item 21, ordinance BL 2025-1104, also sponsor Cap, Parker, Toombs, and Horton. This is an ordinance approving amendment number 2 to the East Bank redevelopment plan. Councilmember Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd ask to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Cap's Bill 1104. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill, please raise your hand? Okay, would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it is back to you, I believe, for committee reports.
Yes, Madam President.
Okay. All righty. For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you. And Chair Horton for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, it's back to you, Mr. Cap, for a motion.
I move approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, that has passed its second of 3 readings. All right, hang in there, colleagues. We're almost to the consent agenda, and there are not many more things after that. I do need to, though, return, unfortunately, due to lack of notice that we became aware of subsequent to the motion to approve for agenda items 9 and 10. They were Councilmember Stiles' bill, 1089 and 1090. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized for a motion to rescind the previous action, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I would like to move to rescind those two actions. those
Okay.
two bills.
And anything you want to share as it relates to notice? We need to.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to, after that, I'd like to defer it to the first meeting in December, so the notices will have gone out.
Okay. All righty. So is there any discussion on the motion to rescind the previous action on 1089 and 1090? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, that previous action is rescinded. So now it's back to you on 1089 and 1090 if you want to make a collective deferral motion.
I would like to make a motion collectively to defer both of those bills into the first meeting in December.
Okay, so 1089 and 1090 we are deferring the second reading and public hearing to the first meeting in December. It's properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, all right, those will be taken up. We will discuss Starwood again. Okay. All right, so now we have concluded our public hearing. We appreciate the public's patience as it took us quite a while to get through all those. And so now we are moving into our consolidated consent agenda. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me, maybe a little faster than usual, and Margaret will give me some side eye. But members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Drink some water. All righty. Okay, the first item proposed for consent and resolutions is agenda item 24, RS 2025-1592. Agenda item 25, resolution 2025-1593. Agenda item 27, resolution 2025-1595. Agenda item 28, resolution 2025-1596. Agenda item 29, resolution 2025-1597. Agenda item 31, resolution 2025-1599. Agenda item 32, resolution 2025-1600. Agenda item 34, resolution 2025-1602. Agenda item 35, resolution 2025-1603. Agenda item 36, resolution 2025-1604. Agenda item 37, resolution 2025-1605. Agenda item 38, resolution 2025-1606. Agenda item 39, resolution 2025-1607. Agenda item 40, resolution 2025-1608. Agenda item 41, resolution 2025-1609. Agenda item 42, resolution 2025-1610. Agenda item 43, resolution 2025-1611. Agenda item 44, resolution 2025-1612. Agenda item 45, resolution 2025-1613. Agenda item 46, resolution 2025-1614. Agenda item 47, resolution 2025-1615. Agenda item 48, resolution 2025-1616. Agenda item 51, resolution 2025-1619. Agenda item 52, Resolution 2025-1620. Agenda item 53, Resolution 2025-1621. Agenda item 54, Resolution 2025-1622. Agenda item 55, Resolution 2025-1623. Agenda item 56, Resolution 2025-1624. Agenda item 57, Resolution 2025-1625. All right. Next, moving on to second reading items proposed for consent. First among those is Agenda Item 83, Ordinance BL 2025-1101. Agenda Item 84, Ordinance BL 2025-1102. Agenda Item 85, Ordinance BL 2025-1105. Agenda Item 86, Ordinance BL 2025-1106. Agenda Item 87, Ordinance BL 2025-1107. Agenda Item 89, Ordinance BL 2025-1109. Agenda Item 90, Ordinance BL 2025-1110. Agenda Item 91, Ordinance BL 2025-1111. Agenda Item 92, Ordinance BL 2025-1112. And now items on third reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. Agenda Item 93, Ordinance BL 2025-1050. Agenda Item 94, Ordinance BL 2025-1055. Agenda Item 96, Ordinance BL 2025-1064. Agenda Item 97, Ordinance BL 2025-1065. Agenda Item 98, Ordinance BL 2025-1066. Agenda Item 99, Ordinance BL 2025-1067. Agenda Item 100, Ordinance BL 2025-1068. Agenda Item 101, Ordinance BL 2025-1069. Agenda Item 102, Ordinance BL 2025-1070. Agenda Item 103, Ordinance BL 2025-1071. Agenda Item 104, Ordinance BL 2025-1073. Agenda Item 105, Ordinance BL 2025-1074. Agenda Item 106, Ordinance BL 2025-1075. Agenda Item 107, Ordinance BL 2025-1076. Agenda Item 108, Ordinance BL 2025-1077. Agenda Item 109, Ordinance BL 2025-1078. Agenda Item 110, Ordinance BL 2025-1079. Agenda Item 111, Ordinance BL 2025-1080. Agenda Item 112, Ordinance BL 2025-1081. Agenda Item 113, Ordinance BL 2025-1082. Agenda Item 114, Ordinance BL 2025-1083. Agenda Item 115, Ordinance BL 2025-1084. Agenda Item 116, Ordinance BL 2025-1085. And lastly, Agenda Item 117, Ordinance BL 2025-1086. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, if members would please join the queue to request that. Councilmember Cortez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just number 83.
Okay. Councilmember Cortez has requested removal of agenda item 83 from consent. It will be removed. Are any other members seeking to be recognized to remove an item rather from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Clerk, are all committee reports in for items that remain on the consent agenda?
All committee reports are in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Okay, properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Council has passed all items on the consent agenda. All right. Now we will go back through the agenda in order, going back to resolutions. Section M of our agenda. Okay. First item here is agenda item 22, resolution 2025-1562, sponsors Cap, Toombs, Horton, Allen, and Ewing. This is a resolution approving the activities and improvements eligible for tax increment financing in the Cayce Place redevelopment plan. Councilmember Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of the resolution as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
And for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the amendment, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voted, or 0 not voting, and voted in favor of the resolution as amended, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. So it's back to you, Mr. Cap, for a motion to get the bill before us.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. And now,
And I have an amendment that I'd like to move the amendment.
okay. There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Okay. Anything you want or need to say about the amendment?
Yes, a brief
Okay.
comment.
Yes.
This inserts before the words affordable housing in the unamended version, it inserts the phrase property acquisition and infrastructure related to, and then continuing with affordable housing to make sure that we comply with state law about what TIF funds can be used for. With that, I move approval.
All right. There is a motion to amend. You've heard the description of Councilmember Cap. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, and then Councilmember Cap, I need you can just say so moved, but a motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
All right. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has passed or has been adopted as amended. Next is agenda item 23, resolution 2025-1563, sponsors Taylor, Toombs, Horton, Allen, Ellis, and Coupin. This is a resolution approving the activities and improvements eligible for tax increment financing in the Jefferson Street redevelopment plan. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized, sir.
Committee reports.
All right, for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of the resolution as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
And Chair Horton for the report of Planning and Zoning, please, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted in favor of the amendment, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and voted approval of the resolution as amended, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all right. With those committee reports in, it's back to you, Mr. Taylor, for a motion, and I'm trying not to sneeze. Okay, go ahead, sir. I will turn.
All right, thank you. I have an amendment. I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right, there's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Okay. Anything you want to say about the amendment? Might it be similar to what Mr. Cap shared earlier?
Councilmember Cap, same amendment.
Okay, all right. Appreciate the concise description. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? And if you would renew your motion to approve as amended, please, sir.
Approve as amended, please.
All right, a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve this resolution as amended? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed as amended. Okay, next is agenda item 26, Resolution 2025-1594, sponsor Coupin, Cash, and Allen. This is a resolution initiating the creation of a Midtown Central Business Improvement District and setting a public hearing regarding the creation of the same. Councilmember Coupin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstaining.
1 abstention. Okay, so I'm guessing this is off consent for purposes potentially of that abstention. That's the only committee report, and it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval with a brief comment.
All right, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of time, I will be very brief about this. I encourage folks to tune into the Budget Committee yesterday where we discussed this at a little bit more length. This is the resolution that sets up the initiation of the Business Improvement District for Midtown and the public hearing on December 16th. Additionally, tonight we have the first reading of the initiating ordinance, and then there'll be further discussion. I intend to have that bill discussed at length on the November 17th meeting, at which point I will hope my colleagues will support me deferring to the first meeting in December to track with that third reading, second meeting in December. So there's time to have conversation, engage. I've pulled in a number of pieces from the CBID conversation from downtown to address some of the concerns that were raised then. This is supported by a diverse group of stakeholders, renters, property owners, businesses, residences. And again, I know folks have talked about the security piece of this, but primarily this is beautification, cleanliness, and different things. And the neighborhood's very supportive of it. And again, this is just initiating that conversation. So I hope my colleagues will support.
All right, there is a motion to approve. It is properly seconded, and we're on to discussion. First in the queue is Councilmember Parker. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to have a difficult time supporting this resolution tonight, largely because this looks more or less like a carbon copy of the downtown Central Business Improvement District legislation, sort of minus some of the oversight and accountability that we baked into that in the last time we looked at that. And, as a public commenter brought up today, we've highlighted numerous issues with the downtown CBID. I mean, mismanagement of public assets. The library garage is probably a total loss. The library remains closed right now. At the same time, we've got private police force aggressively policing unhoused neighbors who no longer have a library to access computers at and spend some of their time, charge their devices and whatnot downtown. As well, the Central Downtown Business Improvement District has routinely advocated against safety, mobility, and transit improvements within their area. And, I'm not seeing anything in this legislation, either in this resolution or in the accompanying ordinance, that would address sort of those things that we've identified as like, we don't want our bids doing this kind of stuff. Instead, we've got sort of the full menu. If the intent is to focus on beautification, on promoting the district, on holding events and festivals and things like that, the legislation can be tailored to focus the entity's focus on that. They can say, this is what these funds can be utilized for. But what's actually before us is basically a carbon copy of the downtown CBID with sort of the oversight and accountability that we put into that entity removed. And so I feel like this is a step backwards. I feel like it has the potential to be really negative for the area. And we're not doing enough to kind of learn the lessons of recent months and all the discussion we had about the downtown CBID. So I'm unfortunately today, as is, going to have to be a no on this resolution, and on the ordinance as it's filed, I'm going to be a no on that as well.
All right. Is there anyone else seeking discussion before we return to the primary sponsor? Okay, seeing none, back to you, Councilmember Coupin.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to address some of the things that were mentioned, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments and sentiments. I would hope that we would be able to move a bill on first reading for discussion in committees, as we heard earlier this evening, related to planning bills. I mean, there is a lot of this that is carbon copy because a lot of the bid origination is driven by state law. So there are things that are going to be exactly the same because that's how we are prescribed to do it. There are a number of amendments that were proposed in the downtown bid that I did incorporate into this legislation. I don't have them all in front of me, but the one that stands out is the interaction report. So one of the concerns was basically, police or security interacting with our unhoused neighbors unchecked without any way to see what was actually happening. That couldn't happen with this bid because there is a long section about an interaction report that would have to be submitted detailing trespassing and use of force and any sort of interactions that was happening. There's a number of other pieces. I think my colleague might be referring to the council approval of bid board members, which is historically not done in bids across the country. I did some research on that. I spoke to other groups and other consultants. So that was something that really was kind of brought out of the situation that happened with downtown, but is not historically how a bid is structured. It's supposed to have some independence from metro government, but other than that, I think we did a good job incorporating it. So I do think it's got more oversight. The financial reporting deadline's in there. So again, I would encourage any of my colleagues who have concerns about what's missing, I would hope that they, instead of opposing it, would propose solutions or ways to do it. But again, this is something that the neighbors really want, the stakeholders want. We've been meeting for a year. We've engaged in quite a few meetings. And so it's something that, again, I think that we have learned lessons and we have built this better. And again, when you bring up the library garage, that is a contract between the metro government and the downtown partnership, which is not the bid, even though the bid also choose to hire the partnership. That's metro and the partnership, and that's a different contract and a different relationship. I also understand the downtown partnership doesn't have any interest in working on a bid outside of the downtown area, so I don't believe they'd be the operator of this. So to penalize the Midtown neighbors because of a downtown business improvement district and an operator in downtown and concerns about that, I don't think that's fair to the neighbors that live in that area. I think we need to listen to the people that live in our districts.
All right. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, and I don't believe you used the entirety of your time, Mr. Parker, let's see if we can pull this discussion to a close unless there are others who would also like to join the discussion. I will recognize you again. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Very briefly, it's my understanding of the state enabling legislation that it provides more or less a menu of things that the bid can be utilized for. And I wonder if we might have a discussion as a body about maybe we should tailor that to what the folks are actually trying to accomplish with this bid rather than including the entire menu. Thank you.
All righty. Okay. Anyone else seeking discussion? Because this is a resolution with only one vote and we have a stated no vote, we need to go on the boards. And so with that, Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. Stand by for a technical difficulty. All right, all votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. This motion passes with 22 votes in favor, 9 against, and 3 abstentions. All righty. Next is agenda item 30. This is resolution 2025-1598, sponsors Toombs and Hill. This is a resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchase master agreement with Uber Technologies for on-demand transportation meals and logistics solutions for the Department of General Services. Ms. Toombs, I believe I recall what happened with this in committee, and this is going to be simple.
Withdraw.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Next is agenda item 33. This is resolution 2025-1601, sponsors Toombs, Huffman, Welsh, Gadd, and Benedict. This is a resolution appropriating a total of $211,866 from the Metro government, acting by and through the Metro Board of Health to United Neighborhood Health Services, Inc., doing business as Neighborhood Health, Inc., and approving a grant contract by and between the Metropolitan government, acting by and through the Metro Board of Health and United. Okay, that's redundant. So maybe what we're doing is fixing the caption because it has typographical repetition here for the provision of outreach services for participants in the Ryan White Part A program. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
All right. Do you have your budget and finance report to start?
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval as substituted, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All righty. So you were able to take up the substitute then, sir? Okay, got it.
Yes, ma'am. 7 as substituted. I'm sorry if I didn't say that.
No, you did. You did. Absolutely. I was just, I was not sure when it was filed, if it had been, had committee consideration. Got it. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Toombs, it is back to you to make a motion to get this before us.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Yes, go ahead.
And there is a late filed substitute.
So you need to request to suspend the rules?
For the committee report for rules.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, move to suspend the rules.
Okay. Councilmember Cash, Chair Cash, did you take up the nature of the late substitute for 1601?
Yes, we did, and we voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to support the late filed nature.
Okay, members, having heard the report of Chair Cash regarding the late filed substitute, which I understand to be typographical, is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended, and so you may now offer your substitute.
Move approval of the substitute.
Okay, there's a motion to substitute. It's properly seconded. Anything?
It's just changing one word, the outreach in the caption to outpatient.
Okie dokes. All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, on the motion to substitute, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? And then if you'd renew your approval.
Approval is substituted.
Thank you so much. Second, any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. All right, this has been adopted as substituted. Okay. I apologize. I didn't see you in the queue. Go ahead.
I was going to be an abstention. I was waiting for you to call that vote. So
oh, okay. I appreciate that. Mr. Clerk, if you would please record Ms. Swara as an abstention on 1601. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Next, we have agenda item 49. Resolution 2025-1617, sponsors Evans, Gadd, Benedict, Coupin, Huffman, and Ellis. This is a resolution supporting the mayor's office and the Department of Social Services in coordination and partnership between government, nonprofits, and philanthropic organizations to support local food banks in preparation for disruptions to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Ms. Evans, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay, for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety voted in favor as amended 7-0-0. I'm losing my ability to speak.
It's totally okay. We are at that hour. All right, with that committee report, it's back to you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve my resolution.
Yes.
Just with a little description, then I want to move my amendment. So the overarching goal of this resolution really is to support the work that the mayor's office has been doing related to the disruption in the SNAP system for Davidson County residents. There's been a lot of behind the scenes efforts with Brittany Irby, Jamari Brown, Dave Rosenberg, various other people, really around Metro's role as the convener in working with Second Harvest and working with, as we saw in the press conference, Mayor Pitts in Clarksville, other elected officials, and then, of course, also other organizations, philanthropic, for-profit organizations, a variety of them. So that's like the original goal. Now, there were two specific things that I requested in there that relate to both the Public Health and Safety Committee about if the SNAP disruption continues, that essentially social services under the direction of Dr. Renee Pratt in the mayor's office come to committee and just give an update about how things are going, kind of related to distribution sites and updates around the website and a variety of other things. And then the other thing that I referenced in the resolution that I think was a little outside of the discussion that had been happening previously is really around, we don't have a lot of power related to any kind of funding allocations kind of mid-budget cycle. And so just requesting that as part of the internal conversations that are happening, that there's kind of a look for discretionary funding that may be available, like digging the couch cushions in the event that we have to get to the point where we're providing some financial support. And of course, as this situation is rapidly changing, like with Governor Lee's announcement that he will fund $5 million for food banks around the state, that's a positive. But also, we all know that if this continues for any extended length of time, that we're going to have to be supportive in a way that's beyond convening. So just wanted to frame that. And then the biggest thing, though, that I wanted to mention or kind of move the amendment that also kind of goes with this resolution. So there were several people that spoke tonight, Wesley Smith, Manon Hall, Kelly Chang, all advocating around removing one of the biggest barriers to access to food for folks that are losing their SNAP benefits, and that is access to transportation, because if people don't have a way to get to, a food site, whether it's a school or Second Harvest location, wherever it is, if they're having to make choices between fares for their transportation, and if they're spending money on themselves, if they don't have the money to feed themselves, likely they're not going to have bus fare either. And so we heard, I think, a really good discussion in the Choose How You Move special session yesterday. Really robust conversation with great questions from all of our colleagues in here. And so I'm very receptive and glad that we were able to move things forward, with the Journey Pass program. But I think there's a lot more work that can be done around how we can activate the Journey Pass, but also let's just remove the barriers entirely under this entirely disruptive situation that we find ourselves in. And with that, I'll shut up.
Do you want to move your amendment?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay. There's a motion to amend, and anything you need to explain about that amendment, or was that kind of incorporated in what you were sharing there?
I incorporated it in there, and I think, yeah.
All righty. So there is a motion to amend. You've heard a description. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, and if you would please renew your motion to approve as amended, please.
Thank you. I'd like to renew my motion to approve as amended.
All right, is there a second? All right, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this has been adopted as amended. Thank you. Next is Agenda Item 50, Resolution 2025-1618, sponsors Stiles, Evans, Ellis, Eastlick, Webb, Gamble, and Coupon. This is a resolution calling for the mayor's office and the metro government to immediately resume the hiring process of the executive director for the Nashville Office of Entertainment and for the Metro Nashville Arts Commission and the Metropolitan Government to begin the search for the executive director of Metro Arts. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I have a substitute that I would like to move with a brief comment. Or committee reports, please.
Let's first request committee reports, please, ma'am.
I just did that, but I was laughing.
Okay.
Yes, committee
Sorry,
reports.
didn't hear it. For the report of Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment, Chair Bo.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee voted on the substitute, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then voted on the resolution as substituted, 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. All right. So it is back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a motion first to get the bill before us, please, ma'am.
Yes, I'd like to move for the substitute.
If you would just move approval, please, to get the bill before us.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. Now at this time, a motion to substitute is proper. Go ahead.
I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right.
Can I give a brief comment?
You may, of course. Is there a second on the motion to substitute? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So the substitute actually takes Metro Arts hiring process out of the resolution and focuses solely on the Entertainment Commission and also hiring the director for the Nashville Office of Entertainment. So the job was posted last year, December. It closed December 31st. And since then, no one has been interviewed, no one has been hired. There's been numerous stumbling blocks placed in the way of the commission. And so at this point, I had some conversations to find out what the process is to create an office in terms of having it created within our HR system in R12, and then a business unit needs to be created so that staff can be paid, and then legislation has to be presented from the administration so that we can move the funds from the administrative fund into the office itself. And this has just been stalled repeatedly. And I believe you've all received emails from the chair, Max Butler of the commission. I know we are tired of talking about this. It would be great if we could just move forward and let this commission do their work and hire an executive director that can do their work as well. And this is just an accountability measure. I would also say that called for a public meeting with Jamari Brown of the mayor's office, who's the representative for the commission, as well as Derek Smith, who is the legal representative, Mary Jo from finance, Shannon Hall from HR, to be present so we can have a publicly recorded meeting about where this process is, because after being told it couldn't be done when this legislation was filed, suddenly an email was sent to the chair saying that this whole thing is in process. So we just need to know where the process is and move it forward. So move for approval.
All right, so there is a motion to substitute, and it is properly seconded. We are on to discussion on the substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Ms. Stiles, the substitute is on the bill, and at this time, if you want to renew your motion to approve as substituted.
I would like to renew my
you can just say so moved. All good.
Moved.
We're
Thank
tired.
you.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this resolution as substituted? All right, Councilmember Spain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. This is sort of a continuation of a long-running discussion, and there have been several emails about it that, frankly, I haven't really followed that closely. Could we just ask for the administration's position on this?
Yes. Mr. Rosenberg for the administration. Mr. Spain is asking for your position on the resolution as substituted, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Council member, I sent an email today about 340 that gives kind of a fact-based history of how we got to where we are right now. there's a lot of stuff in the resolution that's not exactly true, but the enacting part just says that the mayor's office should give an update, and that happened today. So substantively, it's fine. It's also true that Councilmember Stiles sent an invitation for a meeting in the middle of the night last night. I don't know if it's going to align with folks' schedules. It's after hours next week, but certainly I think everybody wants to be able to get together to have that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Spain, does that answer your question? Okay. Is there any further discussion on this resolution as substituted? Ms. Evans, okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to mention that I went to the commission meeting last week, and I was able to stay the entire time. And I think ultimately, I guess what's happened, and I don't think it's worth anybody pointing fingers in the end, really, but the goal should be that we get this commission functioning by whatever method that needs to happen to get us there, because it's been going on for a really long time, and we keep getting these kind of follow-up conversations and emails about it. And I think we've just overarchingly been disrespectful of the commission's time, and I don't think it's a good look for any of us as an appointing body to have people who are not able to move forward and do their job. So I'm hopeful that all the stakeholders can convene and figure it out so that way we can move forward. Thank you.
All righty. Is there any further discussion on 1618 as substituted? The motion to approve. Ms. Stiles, do you seek to be recognized again? Okay, I apologize. Are you seeking to be recognized for discussion again?
Oh, I just had one more comment to make.
Go ahead, sure.
Yes. I did want to reference, yes, I did send a meeting invite. It was late. Everyone was available on it, so it went forth. Good Lord, I'm tired. Now I just blanked out. So I'm
It's
just gonna
okay.
go
It's
ahead.
almost midnight.
Good Lord above. So we can just move ahead.
All righty.
For the approval.
Let's do that. Okay, so this is a resolution. So if there are any, I'll call it by voice to start, but if there are any no votes, we will go on the board. All in favor of this resolution as substituted, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. Yeah. Mr. Clerk, how many? Okay, Ms. Ewing, do you seek to vote? That's okay. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this resolution has passed as substituted with 28 votes in favor, 4 against, and 2 abstentions. All right. That concludes our timely filed resolutions. We have a late resolution. It's agenda item N1, sponsor Toombs. This is a resolution to approve the second amendment to a grant contract for constructing affordable housing approved by RS 2022-1857 between the Metro government acting by and through the Metro Housing Trust Fund Commission and Project Return. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized, I guess, to request a suspension of the rules.
Move to suspend the rules.
Okay, Councilmember Cash, for your committee report on the nature of the late file, please.
On the nature of the late filed, we voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, having heard the report of Chair Cash, is there any objection to the suspension of the rules to take up Ms. Toombs' late filed resolution? Seeing no objections, the rules are suspended. So Ms. Toombs, at this juncture, you can
Committee reports.
request the additional committee reports. Thank you. So for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, do you want to start with that one?
Sure. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and Mr. Horton, for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, this is Ms. Toombs' late filed resolution regarding affordable housing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to recommend approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Move for approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this resolution has been adopted. Okay, all right, we cleared out our resolutions. Now we are into section O, bills on introduction, first reading. By rule, all items on first reading shall be voted on at the same time unless requested otherwise by a primary sponsor or by 2 other members. Do any items need to be removed from the collective vote? Mr. Taylor, do you have an item, I believe? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, number 63.
Okay, agenda item 63 will be removed from the collective first reading vote. Do any other members need, and I apologize, so Mr. Taylor is not the primary sponsor. Do I need 2 requesters? Oh, you are the primary sponsor now, sir. Okay, got it. Okay. Do any other items need to be removed from the collective vote? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all the items remaining on first consideration minus agenda item 63? Okay, properly moved and seconded without objection. You have approved all items on first reading. Okay. Accepting agenda item 63, which we will now go back to. This is sponsor Taylor, Horton, Vo, Hill. Resolution 1118, an ordinance approving a license and lease agreement between the Metro government and Powers Management LLC for use of space located at 222 25th Avenue North. Councilman Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For all of you, I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, go ahead, sir. And also, are you wanting maybe to
Yes,
defer?
move for approval with 2-meeting deferral to December 16th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second for that motion? All right, go ahead, sir.
It's bedtime, guys. This is for all of you that didn't read your first reading item. This is the Sportsplex and the Predators. We're going to move this a little down the road. We had a meeting last week, a community meeting last week with the folks that utilize the ice rink at the Sportsplex. And we're working through some conversations now with those individuals and the Predators. And so we'll be back to you on December 16th. I renew my approval.
All righty. You've heard an explanation from Councilmember Taylor on his motion. So this is to approve on first with deferral of second reading to the meeting of December 16th. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, at this juncture, that's sufficient. The ayes have it. We're just going to move along, okay? All righty. Okay, that disposes of first reading. Now we are on bills on, oh, wait a minute. Okay, we do have a late item that is agenda item P. The sponsor is not present. I guess I will just speak it into the space. I don't know if she might be in the kitchen or otherwise, but okay, she's gone. Okay, with that, we will then move on to agenda item Q. We're getting really up there in the alphabet this evening. Agenda item Q, bills on second reading that were not on the consent agenda. There are just a few of those. Hang in there. Agenda item 81, ordinance BL 2025-1008, sponsors Allen, Rutherford, Coopin, Nash, Gamble, Evans, Siegel, Suara, Bradford, Porterfield, Huffman, Gadd, Bowe, Ewing, Welsh, Benedict, and Lee. This is an ordinance establishing a voluntary attainable housing incentive program for Metro Nashville, Davidson County for the purpose of authorizing certain incentives to be provided to property owners who seek to build multifamily attainable housing. Sponsor Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
All right. For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend a deferral to the January 20th, 2026 meeting, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to recommend deferral to the January 20th meeting, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. I believe that is all the committee reports. So it's back to you, Ms. Allen, for a motion on this bill.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move to defer to January 20th with a brief explanation.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
So thank you. You can see by the number of co-sponsors that this is a popular bill. This is one of the many attempts we are making to try to create more affordable housing options in Nashville. This was enabled by state legislation. It is a voluntary program that is very specifically spelled out by state legislation, and it will need to track with some of the other bills that we considered earlier, and for that reason, we are deferring until then. But I appreciate all my co-sponsors and think this is a good tool.
All righty. You have heard a reason for the motion to defer to the meeting of January 20th. That motion was properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is the second reading is deferred to the meeting of January 20th. Okay, agenda item 82, ordinance BL 2025-1063, sponsors Toombs and Evans Siegel. This is an ordinance amending certain sections and subsections of Chapter 2.62, Chapter 12.56, and Title 13 of the Metro Code of Laws to modify fees charged by the Nashville DOT and make various other changes. Council Member Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Okay, for the report of Budget and Finance, do you want to give that one first?
I will, and my notes on this one are not the greatest, so I'm going to do my best. Budget and Finance did consider Amendment 1 and voted in favor, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. However, the committee also recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 7 in favor, 2 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Vice Chair Ewing, you are recognized.
Transportation Infrastructure considered Amendment 1, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We also considered Amendment 2 with 6 in favor, 0 against, 4 not voting. We did not consider Amendment 3 as it was not moved. All together, as amended, we voted to approve 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. Even so, we do have a committee that moved a 1 meeting deferral. And so by Rule 8.1, that is an automatic deferral. Okay. So that matter 1063 will be back on, where even are we now? Second reading at the next meeting. All right, agenda item 83, ordinance BL 2025-1101, sponsor Cortez. This is an ordinance to amend chapters 16.12.16.20 regarding change of contractor permit fees for the Department of Codes Administration. Councilmember Cortez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs, please.
Thank you. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted for approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, so it's back to you, Mr. Cortez, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just want to give some context to this. We had a situation in district where a contractor had to pull off a private renovation because of a family issue. And when they brought in a new contractor, they were going to have to pay new permit fees to the tune of $17,000. So I got involved, got codes to the conversation, and they were fantastic to work with. But as those conversations progressed, two questions really stood out. And one was, are residents benefiting to the point to where they should have to pay $17,000 again? The answer was no. The second question was, are we enabling bad actors to leverage the code against our residents? So for instance, let's say a contractor knows it's a $70,000 permit fee, but he or she's going to try to squeeze the client to say, well, if you don't pay me an extra 10 right now, then you're going to have to go get a new contractor and it's going to cost you 17. Codes understood the concern there, and this language just removes the possibility of those two things happening. So now, if it gets to a point to where it's not refundable, they will only have to pay the administrative fee, which is $55 for the new contractor to come in.
All righty, thank you. Appreciate that work. Is there any further discussion on this motion to approve on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Okay, agenda item 88, ordinance BL 2025-1108, sponsors Suara, Vo, Horton, Evans, Siegel, Welsh, Hill, Allen, Ellis, Gamble, Ewing, Porterfield, Cap, Webb, and Benedict. This is an ordinance authorizing the renaming of South Street to King Hollands Avenue. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted to recommend approval of a 2-meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of Transportation and Infrastructure, Vice Chair Ewing.
Transportation and Infrastructure voted to defer 2 meetings, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, so that's back to you, Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. I'd like to move for 2-meeting deferral.
All righty. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Anything you want to share? You don't have to.
Everybody's,
Nope. Okay.
everybody's fine.
It's all good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the 2-meeting deferral motion, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that is deferred 2 meetings so they can go to the Emergency Communications District Board. All right, third reading. Agenda item 95, ordinance BL 2025-1062, sponsors Vo, Ewing, and Gadd. This is an ordinance amending section 2.154.010.b of the Metro Code of Laws by changing the council member representation on the Greenway and Open Space Commission. Councilmember Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
You already have your committee reports. You may just want to move approval to get the bill before us.
Yes, can I move to approve?
Okay, it is properly moved and seconded. There is a motion to approve on third reading, and we are on to discussion. Is anyone seeking to be recognized? Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a late filed amendment, so I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay. Chair Cash, did you take this up in your committee? Oh, I apologize. Okay, so the issue here, Ms. Sepulveda, that's my bad, is it was timely filed, but this is a third reading bill that is not like Title 17, is not technically amendable on third. So the body would need to suspend the rules to be able to take up Council Member Sepulveda's proposed amendment. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules for purposes of taking up this amendment? Okay, hearing and seeing none, the rules are suspended. Councilmember Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So essentially what the amendment does is the council representative would come from the council, will be nominated from the council body as a whole instead of just the committee to keep in uniformity with the rest of our process. There are a couple of committees that still need to be looked at. They are a little outdated. Just quickly, the charter has specific members that are chosen from committees and then voted on from the council body as a whole. But that is an outdated process as well. I believe there's 3 or 4. Those committee names have changed throughout the year, so that is outdated, and we will be looking at that in the future as well. So that is essentially what the amendment does. And with that, I would renew my motion for approval.
Okay, there is a motion to amend on third reading. You have heard the description of the amendment by Councilmember Sepulveda. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Ms. Vo, do you want to speak to whether you support this amendment or not? I think that might be helpful to members.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am in support of the proposed amendment.
Okay. But, I mean,
making sure that it was in
nothing
alignment.
beyond that. Just wanted to make sure the body was aware for purposes of discussion. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gadd. Yes?
Sorry, just a quick question to the sponsor. With the amendment that we're about to vote on, will this maintain 1 or 2 members on the Greenways Commission with the additional amendment?
It will 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, are there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The amendment is on the bill, and Ms. Vo, if you would renew your motion to approve on third as amended.
Yes, I'd like to renew my motion to approve the bill as amended.
I've properly moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, I do believe that is the last item on our agenda. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. We are adjourned.
You're back.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.